A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. The mill workers of Sanders had scheduled a meeting for 7 o'clock tonight. They were voting on whether or not to keep Max Sanders, Mary Sothern's husband, in his present position of town manager. Mary didn't want Max to go to the meeting because she knew there'd be trouble, as Gerald Proust and Merlin Davis, local businessmen, had incited the men against Max. Both men envied Max's position in Sanders. Max, however, insisted on going, but he arrived an hour late, and to his complete surprise, the hall was dark. What could possibly have happened to postpone this all-important meeting? The lights have been turned off in the main hall, but a small bulb is burning in a little office just behind the platform. Gerald Proust and Merlin Davis are in there talking.
I tell you, Proust, I can't understand it. It's the most perplexing situation I've ever been up against.
Now you're perplexed, eh, Davis? You're going to handle it so beautifully. You said the men couldn't wait until you got there to vote against Max Sanders. You manipulated so cleverly, always looking for a little pat on the back for your brilliant maneuvers. Well, this one was certainly brilliant.
Look here, Gerald Proust, I'm as upset as you are about what happened here tonight. But I don't shout, and I don't make accusations. If I did, I might mention that you are as much to blame, if anyone is, as I am.
That's ridiculous. This meeting was left entirely up to you.
And I did my part. Up until 7 o'clock this evening, everything worked according to schedule.
Will you kindly tell me what happened then?
I would if I knew. All I know is the men were supposed to meet at 7 sharp. The vote to be taken as soon as the men assembled. Well, you know what happened. Only about half of the men showed up, and their rules say that 3/4 must be present to take a vote.
What happened to the rest of the men?
My dear friend, if I knew, would I keep it a secret?
I don't know what anyone would do anymore. When a thing like this happens, after being practically positive it couldn't, I give up.
Someone has been doing some undercover work somewhere. A thing like this doesn't just happen.
It must be Max Sanders. He's got around the men some way.
You're wrong. He came here just as the last of the men were leaving, and he was as surprised as we were.
He was probably putting on an act. He's the type to do that.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't. If he was, he's the best actor I've ever seen in my life.
Well, if you don't think he knew that half of the men wouldn't be there, how do you account for it?
I told you, I don't know.
There's an explanation for everything. There must be one for this.
I'm as anxious to find out as you are. After all, having Max Sanders removed from office is just as important to me. I want to close that deal with Jeffrey Barton before he does.
I thought I was doing that.
Really, Proust. I believe we went over all this. You wanted the title of town manager. Very well. I agree. Your wife is anxious to put Mary Sothern out of Sanders' mansion and move there herself. I agreed to that also. But the actual business negotiations was to be my department. That was understood.
Well, by the looks of things, we're both left holding the bag. Say, I wonder if Mary Sothern had anything to do with those men not showing up.
How could she prevent them?
Oh, she's a smart woman and too darn smart. If it hadn't been for her, Max Sanders would have been run out of town long ago.
Women can use their influence a little now and then, but after all, this is a man's world. And when it comes to anything of this importance, women quite definitely have nothing to say.
Well, I guess I'll have to agree with you there, Davis. Of course, they do a lot of talking. I'll admit even my own wife does. But when it comes to actual doing, a woman is helpless. And especially on a thing as important as this mill meeting. A woman couldn't possibly have prevented that.
Well, they did it, Mary. The women did it. They prevented the meeting tonight.
What? Oh, what? Mrs. Brown, what did you just say? Did I hear correctly?
Oh, yes, Mary, you did. Oh, let me come in and sit down. I'm all out of breath. I hurried to get up here to tell you.
Oh, of course. Come in here.
Oh, dear.
Why, my dear, you must have been running.
I was. All the way up the hill.
Well, Mrs. Brown, tell me, did you say there wasn't a meeting tonight?
That's what I said. Oh, here. Let me sit down. Oh.
What happened? How was it prevented? Oh, Mrs. Brown, I'm so excited.
Oh, just a minute till I catch my breath. Then I'll tell you the whole story.
I can hardly believe it. I've been sitting here praying that Max is safe and that there isn't any trouble at the hall.
Oh, now, dear, you just relax. The hall is closed, and the men are probably home by this time. Max will be along soon, I expect.
Well, it's only a little past 8. Why, I was certain the meeting would last until midnight.
It probably would have if there had been a meeting. But we girls saw to it that there wasn't.
Well, how did you ever do it?
How? Well, men are funny, Mary. They have an idea they run this world, and they get up on their hind legs if they think a woman's dictating to them.
Don't I know that? I tried to keep Max away from that meeting with a logical argument, and naturally it was the worst method I could have used.
Oh, land's sakes, yes. I know how my William is. You tell him to do a thing, and he's stubborn as a mule. All men are like that.
Well, then how on earth did you ever manage this thing tonight?
Well, Mary, it was really your idea.
My idea?
Why, yes. Maybe you don't remember this, but a few weeks ago, I asked you right out if Max was guilty of all those awful things folks were saying about him. You know, that gambling trouble and all.
And I told you he wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
That he was really trying to have the ringleaders of that gambling syndicate arrested.
I believed you, Mary. Your word has always been good enough for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. But how did that help you in what you did?
Well, I'm coming to that. I said, Mary, it's going to be mighty hard to make other folks have faith in Max because this Gerald Proust and Mr. Davis have been stirring the men up so.
Mm-hmm.
Then you said Mr. Proust and Mr. Davis had given the men a cause to fight for, and even if it was the wrong one, like this was, it's human nature to fight for a cause.
It is. People have done that since the world began.
Well, I decided if they could steam things up with the men for a wrong cause, I could do the same thing with the women for a right one. I tell you, I covered plenty of ground in the last few days, Mary. I must have talked to over 100 women.
Well, what did you advise them to do? It was too late to sway the minds of the men.
Oh, I didn't try to do that. We girls talked it over, and we could see it was downright foolish to turn Max out just when he was trying to do something for Sanders. So we worked in secret. It was real exciting.
Well, what did you do? How did you manage?
Well, we just let them go on planning for the meeting. Then tonight, every wife pulls some little stunt to keep her man home.
You mean just simple little things like headaches or minding the children?
You struck it, Mary. Mrs. Graham got her sister to phone her to come right over. So Harry Graham had to stay home and mind the children. Emma Sparks had a tooth pulled. Oh, she needed it out anyway, and it was a good excuse to keep Charlie in the house.
And all those women kept their men at home.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe not all, but enough to put the kibosh on any voting tonight.
Mrs. Brown, how will I ever thank you?
Oh, now, don't you mention it, Mary. I want to fix that Gerald Proust anyway. He and his wife, that Henrietta Proust, they go around putting on airs. Why, you'd think other people were jerks the way they stick up their noses.
Well, we won't have to worry about them after tomorrow, Mrs. Brown. Jeffrey Barton's coming here with all the papers ready to close the proposition.
Oh, my, I'm glad. Well, it's been awful slack down at the mill.
Oh, this plan will be a godsend to Sanders. Wait until Max gets here, and he'll tell you all about their plan.
Oh, I can't say, Mary. I've got to run along home, or my William will think I got lost.
Oh, did Bill know you were talking to the women?
Oh, man, no, and don't you tell Max. We're all going to play dumb if the men start asking questions.
All right, I'm in the conspiracy, too.
We'll all hang together, Mary. Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and thank you so much.
Now, that's all right. Just don't you worry anymore.
I haven't a reason in the world to worry, Mrs. Brown, now that I know Max is safe. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, there isn't any use of our talking all night, Proust. We might as well go home and get some sleep. We'll look into this thing more thoroughly tomorrow.
I suppose so. But let me tell you one thing, Davis. I'm getting to the bottom of this if it's the last thing I do.
All right. I'm with you. Let's go now.
I'll put out the light.
Time cooler this evening.
I wouldn't notice it. The frame of mind I'm in.
We'll take care of everything tomorrow. This is only a temporary delay.
Will these two angry, desperate men, what will they do now? We didn't like the sound of Merlin Davis's last remark. Will the failure of the mill workers to vote prove only a temporary delay in the working out of their plot?
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Ethelbert, what on earth's going on over there?
Oh, that's Grace. I can't get her away from that piano.
Tell her to let Herman play.
Oh, Grace! That's enough. Thanks.
Besides, this is the famous noise abatement week.
Well, it may be famous, Casey, but it's not as famous as my favorite line. Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, King of the Apes. Mid-afternoon, the Blue Note Cafe. Leaning comfortably on the bar are Casey and Ann Williams. And behind the bar, its chief custodian, Ethelbert.
You and Miss Williams are going to the circus tonight, huh, Casey?
Yeah, we gotta go, pal. It's an assignment.
Every year, Ethelbert, he's found an excuse to go to a circus.
You think I like to go to the circus, huh?
Well, if you don't, you'd better reserve yourself a chair in the old men's home.
She's right, Casey. Any guy who can't enjoy the circus is slipping, and fast.
I love the clowns and the elephants.
I still like the brass bands and the peanuts and popcorn.
Well, I go for the lady bareback riders and the lady acrobats and the lady...
That's enough.
Well, I just wanted to establish that I'm not slipping, Annie. I'm simply matured, that's all.
What kind of assignment you two got at the big show?
Principally, we're covering the feature act, King of the Apes.
They say that's swell. According to pictures on the billboards, that fella, the king, keeps 20 or 30 giant gorillas under his complete control.
Now, circus posters underrate a little bit, Ethelbert. The 20 or 30 giant gorillas are really 6 orangutans.
And their trainer isn't the king. His name is King. Charles King.
Oh. But an orangutan is a pretty big monkey, huh?
Big enough. The full-grown male can break a couple of Joe Lewises in two.
Then I guess 6 orangutans are plenty for a guy to go into a cage alone with.
I'd say so. Well, we'd better get over to the circus, Annie. It's nearly time for our date.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you said you were going to the circus tonight.
We're interviewing Mr. King after the matinee performance. We're seeing the show tonight.
Oh.
Well, so long, pal.
So long, Ethelbert.
Have a good time, and don't let him lock you up in the monkey cage.
Nuts to you, pal. So long.
So long, Casey. And nuts to you.
King's dressing room is this way, Annie.
The afternoon show is still going on. Casey, let's peek through those back curtains.
Oh, no. Look, we'll see the whole thing from out front tonight, Annie. Besides, that's the wind-up you hear now, the grand finale.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Oh, look. The clowns are coming from the ring. Oh, let's watch.
Oh, I've seen clowns before. We've got a date,
Oh,
Annie.
just a minute, Casey.
Oh, okay. Nice-looking performers coming through the curtains now. That one in the black spangled tights has got beautiful eyes.
We'll find Mr. King.
No, I'm in no hurry, Annie.
We've got a date.
Huh? Oh. Okay. There. That's the star dressing room there.
Well, give a knock.
Oh, wait a minute. There's several star dressing rooms. Well, here's the one with the King's name on it.
Don't you dare call me that.
I'll call you worse if I catch you with that bond of finale again.
You better not, you big poker.
A little argument inside that room, Casey.
Oh, King.
I'm fed up with your jealousy. If I feel like talking to a man, any man, I'm going
You're not going to sneak up in corners with finale again, I tell
Try
you.
and stop me.
I'll stop you.
Don't you put your hands on me. Don't
Time to break this up, Annie. Come on.
That knock should do it.
Who's there?
Miss Williams and Casey in the Morning Express. If you're Mr. King, your press agent made a date for us to see you.
Oh, yes, of course. Just a moment.
That ended the battle, Casey.
Sure did.
Please come in.
Well, thank you.
Miss Williams and Mr. Casey, you said?
That's right.
I'm Charles King. Nice to know both of you.
Nice to know you.
Mr. King.
Allow me to present my wife.
Mrs. King.
How'd you do? If you'll excuse me, I'll be running along.
Wait, Bernice.
Yeah?
This lady and gentleman are going to do a feature story about the act. Don't you want to stay?
Your act, Charlie. They don't want to interview me. See you later.
I'd like you to stay.
I've got some shopping to do. Nice to meet you, Miss Williams and Mr. Casey. So long.
So long.
My wife is always on the go, as you Americans say. You pardon her, I'm sure.
Certainly.
I'm very grateful for this visit. Publicity is the lifeblood of show business. Perhaps I'd better take you downstairs to the animal room. The three of us and my orangutans can get acquainted all at the same time.
Right.
I fancy that's what you wish.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Yeah.
Come on, then we'll walk down that ramp to the animal room.
All right. Careful, Annie.
Bernice,
What?
I thought you were going shopping.
I am. I just stopped to talk a minute with Mr. Finelli.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Finelli. You better get your shopping done, Bernice.
Okay. See you later, Luigi.
Sure, Mrs. King.
Miss Williams, if you, Mr. Casey, will excuse me, I want a word with that man.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
King.
Thanks. Just a moment, Finelli.
This seems to be the old triangle business,
And
Casey.
how?
That Finelli is good looking.
Yeah, so is Mrs. King. They're both young, too.
King must be 50.
Oh, easy. But he looks like a tough guy to tangle with. Huh? He seems to be quietly laying down a little law to Mr. Finelli over there. Look at that.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Not at all. It's all right.
Here's the ramp. The cage of my beast found far from the bottom.
Hey, that guy you were talking with had on tights, Mr. King. What is he, an acrobat?
He's a wire walker.
Oh.
Do you good people know very much about orangutan?
Practically nothing.
We've seen a couple in the zoos.
Then perhaps you'd like to have a little basic information for your story, Miss Williams.
But... Yes, I would.
But the orangutan is found only in Borneo and Sumatra. In size, he is the second of the great apes, ranking next to the gorilla. In intelligence, though some place the chimpanzee in a higher category, I rank the orangutan first. Those are my animals in those two cages.
Casey, we've never seen an orangutan like that big fellow at the zoo.
Oh, that's Nimbu. He's a full-grown male. If he stood upright, which he seldom does, he'd be 5 feet 7 inches tall. And he tips the scale at 22 stone, about 300 pounds.
Why do you keep him alone in that cage? Is he vicious or something?
No, I'm keeping Nimbu separate temporarily because he hasn't been very well. I'm quite worried about him. Without Nimbu, I wouldn't have the same act. And, well, I'm fond of the old fellow.
Seems pretty fond of you. Casey, did you see him reach out his hand to Mr. King like a big child?
Yeah.
I let him take my hand and put his other long arm around my neck.
I wouldn't want him that close to me, brother.
I wouldn't dare permit such familiarity from the one in the next cage.
Oh, he doesn't like you, huh?
Oh, he doesn't like anybody. Fear of Nimbu is the only thing that keeps Dillinger in his place.
Dillinger?
I call him that because he's a public enemy, Miss Williams.
Oh.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Joe. I was beginning to wonder where you were.
I was out getting some fresh medicine for Nimbu.
You know, I never want these animals left alone. Where's Tyan?
He have probably gone for a drink. That man is no good.
Yes, I know that, but he knows big ape.
Because he is a little ape himself. Better you should send him back to Borneo where we got him.
I'll have another talk with Tyan. Oh, excuse me, Miss Williams, Mr. Casey. This is Johannes Fleet, my chief assistant.
Mr. Fleet?
How are you, Mr. Fleet?
Johan knows as much more about orangutans as I do. He was born in Dutch Borneo and talks their language.
I talk Dutch and English, not ape talk. That is for men like that Tyan.
Tyan, my second assistant. He's a Dayak, a Borneo tribesman. You can write a few colorful lines about him, Miss Williams.
It's feeding time. I go get fruit for your ape.
He's a pleasing character, Casey.
Yeah.
I heard what you said, Miss Williams. Johann Philip is, well, it isn't easy to find men who can properly care for orangutans, and he knows the beasts. The same applies to Tyan, who is, as you Americans might say, another stinker.
Hey, Batman.
Oh, there he is. Joe says you were left to watch those animals, Tyan.
Orangutan not go away when locked in cage. Tyan, get thirsty, go first. Get drink.
You're always getting a drink, and I'd like you to...
And if Tyan don't be more good, you send him back chop quick to burn you. You don't do that, boss man. You need Tyan.
All right. Here's a fresh bottle of medicine. Give him some.
Okay, boss man. First I tell him I gonna do him good.
He's chattering to that big ape. He and the ape answers back.
Well, I'm going to get some pictures of this. This is terrific.
Tyan seems to really talk ape language, Miss Williams. The Dayaks believe orangutans have a language, and that some men learn it.
That ought to be a good shot. Here comes Fleet. I'll get one of him feeding it.
Hey, boss man. Limbo. He no look good in the eye, and his tongue very dry. He more sick than before.
Better you should not have him work tonight.
Jack's never so good without Nimbu, Joe.
Never will it be so good if Nimbu die.
Well, the two of you are right, I suppose. I shan't work him tonight.
Oh, then Casey and I won't see him in your act.
And I'm sorry, Miss Williams. You won't see him tonight.
Show in the world is proud to present the most daring, colossal, engrossing, educational exhibition of man's mastery over the savage beast that has ever been witnessed in the history of the universe.
Sit, Annie. This is King Jack.
They're throwing up the cage, Casey.
Most dangerously intelligent animals known to man. Orangutans.
Well, that Nimbu sure looks dangerous and wise.
From the jungle wilds of Borneo.
Afternoon.
One man dares to enter the cage, alone and unarmed, and to bend them to his superior will. Ladies and gentlemen, the outstanding, unexcelled star attraction of the circus world, King of the Apes.
Boy, that was some build-up, wasn't it, huh?
The ringmaster did use a few superlatives. Oh, Mr. King looks nice in that jungle explorer's outfit, doesn't he?
Yeah. His wife isn't half bad in her shorts.
She is not in the cage.
Oh, she's just outside over on the left there, Annie.
Let's see. Look, Casey. They're letting the apes into the ring cage now from those wagons.
Yeah, that Joe Fleet is superintending the job.
I don't see Tyan.
Oh, he's around somewhere, I imagine.
Dylan's just coming into the cage now. Ooh, he's a mean-looking animal.
I'm sorry we're not going to see Nimbu do his stuff. He's a real star of this act, you know.
Yeah, and King depends on him. He told me he doesn't have to carry that big whip in the ring with him when Nimbo's there.
Yeah,
He's
look,
the boss.
Look, Annie, look, the big monks are going to ride those tricycles. Look at that, Annie.
I thought you didn't care for circuses.
Well, it's part of my job to come here and take pictures, that's all.
What was that?
Funny cry, wasn't it? Animal or something, I guess.
Casey, those big apes stopped riding in that car. King can't get them to start again. Seem to be listening.
There it goes again. Hey, look at Dillinger.
He's grabbed Mr. King. He's killing him.
He's got him on the throat, Annie. Annie, I'm going to shoot some pictures of this. That cry we heard, Annie. I've got a hunch this wasn't any accident.
Mother's Day is a week from Sunday. Why not make this an occasion to be remembered? Make Mother queen for the day. Keep her out of the kitchen. Let the whole family pitch in and cook this Mother's Day dinner yourselves. It's not as difficult as it sounds, particularly if you rely on Fire King oven glass, the amazing oven glass which practically assures baking results. Plan your meal around a big baked casserole dish. Supplement it with hot bread or biscuit and top the meal off with a homemade pie. Why, it's easy if you follow the recipes and use Fire King oven glass casseroles, pie plates, and baking dishes. At your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King oven glass, an ideal Mother's Day gift. Prices are amazingly low. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Mr. King of the Apes was buried this morning, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert, yeah. Miss Williams and I just came from his funeral.
I suppose the circus folks gave him a big send-off.
They did. The funeral was a circus in itself, complete with brass bands. And Mrs. King gave a fine center ring performance.
What do you mean?
Well, she put on a big act, Ethelbert. She shed crocodile tears all over the place.
And we think she cared about as much for her husband as I care for, well, a 1940 model spring hat.
Was that Wire Walker Finelli there, who you think is her boyfriend?
No, he didn't come to the funeral. Neither did Tyann.
Tyan's the other fellow who was King's assistant, huh?
Yeah, the Dyak from Borneo.
Who's inherited King's place in the act.
You think one of them people had something to do with King's death, don't you?
Yeah. King was crushed to death by that big orangutan, Dillinger. After he and the other apes in the ring had shown a marked reaction to the peculiar animal cries that everybody heard. Miss Williams and I had seen and heard Tyann talking to Nimbu that afternoon, and a lot of the circus people really believe that he has a special way of communicating with apes.
And fantastic as it may seem, Ethelbert, those cries made by Tyann could have instructed Dillinger to turn on his master.
That isn't fantastic at all, Annie. Not a bit. Dogs, horses, and lots of animals instinctively react to certain sounds, don't they?
Oh, sure. It ain't hard to teach a pooch to sick 'em.
Well, that's right.
He wasn't seen by anybody when them cries were heard, was he? Tyann, I mean.
According to his story, he'd had a few drinks too many and was sleeping them off in the animal's feed room.
Another thing, Ethelbert, an expert from the zoo has examined Nimbu, and he says the big ape wasn't naturally sick. He'd been doped.
Nimbu was the boss monk, and he liked King. He had to be taken out of the act before Tyann could do anything with Dillinger.
What are the cops doing about all this?
Nothing. Nothing they can do. No way of proving that those cries had anything to do with King's death. So it goes down in the books as, what do they call it, accident, incident to a hazardous profession, and that's that.
And we can't even hint at our suspicions in the paper, Ethelbert, without letting the Express in for a libel suit.
Yeah, but in my book, Tyann caused the death of Charles King, and I think Mrs. King put him up to it.
She's now free to play around with Finelli.
And Mrs. King owns the act since her husband's death. I'm sure that she, Finelli, and Tyann were together in this thing, and I...
Excuse me, there's the bar.
Go ahead, Sally, go ahead.
Hello, Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, just a minute. Your city editor, Casey.
Now, give me it.
Here.
Hello, Burke. Yes, I'm here again. What? What happened at the Hippodrome?
Hippodrome?
That's where the circus is.
Tell me that again, Burke. We'll get over there right away. So long.
What is it, Casey?
Finelli has been murdered.
Finelli?
And Tyann has been arrested for the killing.
Casey.
Annie, this doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up at all.
How was Finelli killed, Captain Morgan?
The same way Marie Antoinette was. His head was cut off.
Oh, holy.
The lethal instrument in this case was a curved, razor-edged Dyak knife. It's been identified as belonging to that Borneo native, Tyann, who was found in his dressing room, dead drunk,
with the murder knife beside him shortly after the murder was discovered.
Did you sober him up enough to talk?
He was able to deny that he'd killed anyone. Drunk or sober, nearly all killers can do that.
Yeah, but why should he have killed Finelli, though, huh?
Well, the guy's only one generation out of the jungle, and he was drunk. That's two reasons.
Yeah, wait a minute, though, Logan. Tyan had just landed himself a sweet job. He'd become the big shot in a big feature act owned by Mrs. King. Oh, why should he pitch his big chance away in his life besides by killing her boyfriend? That doesn't add up.
Look, this Tyan is a semi-savage from Borneo. He was lit to the skylight.
Well,
the murder weapon belonged to him, and we found it beside him. Now, Casey, take your little camera in hand and shoot pretty pictures for the paper. I've got important police work to do. So long, Miss Williams. Try to keep Casey from straining his brain.
Wise guy, Logan.
He's right about Tyan, Casey.
Is he?
Of course he is. We're seeing a nice example of poetic justice. Mrs. King has Tyan arrange her husband's death so she can have Finelli. And then Tyan destroys the man she wanted and himself at the same time, and now she's without a husband, without a boyfriend, and without a means of making a living. She has no one who can work those apes.
Wait a minute. Yes, she has. Johannes Fleet.
Oh, say, I'd forgotten about him.
Yeah, so had I, almost. Annie, from the first, we've been wrong about this whole setup. Can't you see it? Annie Fleet's the guy.
Why?
Well, because he knows more about big apes than King does. I think Johannes Fleet doped Nimbu and gave that cry that caused Dillinger to kill King. And then when Tyan was put in King's place, Fleet pulled a second murder and framed Tyan for it.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know.
That's a help.
Wait a minute, Annie. Give me a chance to think here. All right. We'll go to Bernice King.
Mrs. King?
Yes. Finelli's death puts her in the clear. Fleet's been the whole works. And she can help us get the goods on him.
How?
Come on. We're going to pay her a call, Annie. And on the way, we'll pick up that wise guy, Logan.
I think you're right, Mr. Casey.
Thanks.
You're more easily sold than I am, Mrs. King. I think he's altogether wrong.
You would, Logan.
Whether he's right or wrong, Captain, I'll take any chance to get the man who may have caused my husband's death. You've been frank with me, Mr. Casey. You think I was in love with Luigi Finelli. I wasn't. If I looked twice at any man, he'd begin to spy on me, question me. With Finelli, I was deliberately trying to pay him off for the unhappiness and jealousy it caused me. Miss Williams, another woman would realize how I felt what I was doing.
Well, I do realize, Mrs. King.
Now Charlie's gone. If I could only bring him back, he could be jealous. He could beat me, anything.
We're very sorry, Mrs. King.
I won't cry anymore. What do you want me to do, Mr. Casey?
Well, first, I want you to give Dillinger some of the same harmless dope we think was fed to Nimbu. So Fleet will think that he's sick and we'll have to stay with him tonight.
I don't get it, Casey.
No, neither do I.
Well, there's more than one way to trip up a murder. Now, tonight, Mrs. King, you will go to the animal room and talk with Fleet. Logan and I will be hidden behind the cages. Now, here's what I want you to say. Here she comes, Logan.
Yeah, I see her.
So does Fleet.
What are you doing here so late, Mrs. King?
I've come to talk to you, Joe.
About Dillinger? Well, if you're worried about that orangutan, I'm taking good care of him.
I'm sure you are. You figure he and all my other orangs belong to you now, and you've become king of the apes.
That's right. You can't work them in the ring.
I imagine you expect an increase in pay.
I wasn't going to rush you on this, Mrs. King, but since you bring the matter up, suppose we make it from now on. I take all the money from the act and pay you 10% of the net.
You want 90%, huh?
Well, is that not fair enough for an indispensable man?
Joe, you're going to work for me in your new job for less money.
Are you crazy?
You see, if you don't accept my terms, I'm going to tell the police some things I know.
What do you mean?
I know who really killed Finelli. And my husband.
How you know that, Mrs. King?
I was here last night when Finelli was killed. I saw something.
If you was here last night and saw something, why didn't you tell the cops?
I got a better idea. I'm a businesswoman, Joe. It occurred to me that you'd work very cheap in order to escape the electric chair.
Mrs. King, you did a very foolish thing in coming here tonight.
Why?
The police will think you was worried about poor sick Dillinger. You was foolish enough to enter his cage while I was out of the room.
What are you talking about?
I'm putting you in his cage. Dillinger will do the rest, as he did to your husband.
Let me go.
Oh, no. As I kill your husband, as I kill Finelli, now I kill you.
Let go, Logan. Pick him up, please.
Oh, cops.
Pick him up and let go of that woman.
Oh, so this was all a trick.
Let go of Mrs. King, I say.
What, Joe?
Oh, no, cops. To get me, you got to shoot through this woman. And I got the gun, too.
Captain Logan, he's holding
You can't get out of here, please.
Look, I got my gun at this woman's back. If I do not go free, she dies.
You'll kill me, Captain.
Got us, Logan.
All of you, bent over by the wall. All right. Now, Mrs. King, we go.
You'll never get away with this.
I take my chances on that. Now walk in front of me, off these cages. And slow, Mrs. King.
I will.
The big ape's got him by the throat. Got too close to that cage. Come on, help me pull him away from that orang, Casey.
All right.
Wait, he's dropped him. Look, his neck is broken. He's dead.
Nimble, he saved my life.
Take it easy, Mrs. King. You're safe now. I guess Annie was right. I guess there is poetic justice.
Back to Casey in just a moment. But first, here is a message from Anchor Hocking. I hope that every one of our listeners will make a special point to tune in Crime Photographer next Thursday evening. We're going to have an unusually exciting show, and the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation will have an announcement to make of the utmost importance. And now, tonight, we're celebrating National Baby Week. And in the interest of better health, retail stores and food packers throughout America are focusing attention on the scientifically prepared glass-packed baby foods which make it so easy to provide a properly balanced and healthful diet. Now, these glass-packed baby foods simplify the young mother's work enormously. You can heat and serve baby food in the same glass container in which you buy it and reseal it safely to store leftover portions. Glass containers are easy and safe to open, and they have no effect on taste, flavor, or purity. All better brands of prepared baby foods come to you packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
I suppose they've let that little guy Tyan out of jail now, huh, Miss Wynn?
Yes, Ethelbert, after Captain Logan gave him a long talk about the electric chair he'd been so close to.
Yeah, it made such an impression on Tyan that he took the pledge never to drink again. And he'll be back in the act as King of the Apes tonight.
And Casey and I are going to the circus again tonight to watch him work with Nimble.
Hey, as a matter of fact, the performance will start in half an hour, Annie. We'd better get over there. Huh?
The ape act don't go on till late, does it?
Almost at the end of the show, Ethelbert.
But you're going to see the whole show again?
That's Casey's idea.
Well, there's a lady acrobat I want to look at again, Anne. She has such beautiful eyes.
Crime Photographer, starring Scott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deep. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Tittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Ethelbert, what on earth's going on over there?
Oh, that's Grace. I can't get her away from that piano.
Tell her to let Herman play.
Oh, Grace, that's enough. Thanks.
Besides, this is the famous noise abatement week.
Well, it may be famous, Casey, but it's not as famous as my favorite line. Anchor Hocking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, King of the Apes. Mid-afternoon, the Blue Note Cafe. Leaning comfortably on the bar are Casey and Ann Williams. And behind the bar, its chief custodian, Ethelbert.
You and Miss Williams are going to the circus tonight, huh, Casey?
Yeah, we gotta go, pal. It's an assignment.
Every year, Ethelbert, he's found an excuse to go to the circus.
You think I like to go to the circus, Hyde?
Well, if you don't, you'd better reserve yourself a chair in the old men's home.
She's right, Casey. Any guy who can't enjoy the circus is slipping, and fast.
I love the clowns and the elephants.
I still like the brass bands and the peanuts and popcorn.
Well, I go for the lady bareback riders and the lady acrobats and the lady...
That's enough.
Well, I just wanted to establish that I'm not slipping, Annie. I'm simply matured, that's all.
What kind of assignment you two got at the big show?
Principally, we're covering the feature act, King of the Apes.
They say that's swell. According to pictures on the billboards, that fella, the king, keeps 20 or 30 giant gorillas under his complete control.
Now, circus posters underrate a little bit, Ethelbert. The 20 or 30 giant gorillas are really 6 orangutans.
And their trainer isn't the king. His name is King. Charles King.
Oh. But an orangutan is a pretty big monkey, huh?
Big enough. A full-grown male can break a couple of Joe Lewises in two.
Then I guess 6 orangutans are plenty for a guy to go into a cage alone with.
I'd say so. Well, we'd better get over the circus, Annie. It's nearly time for our date.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you said you were going to the circus tonight.
We're interviewing Mr. King after the matinee performance. We're seeing the show tonight.
Oh.
Well, so long, pal.
So long, Ethelbert.
Have a good time, and don't let him lock you up in the monkey cage.
Nuts to you, pal. So long.
So long, Casey. And nuts to you.
King's dressing room is this way, Annie.
The afternoon show is still going on. Casey, let's peek through those back curtains.
Oh, no. Look, we'll see the whole thing from out front tonight, Annie. Besides, that's the wind-up you hear now, the grand finale.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Oh, look. The clowns are coming from the ring. Oh, let's walk.
Oh, I've seen clowns before. We've got a date,
Oh,
Annie.
just a minute, Casey.
Oh, okay. A nice-looking performers coming through the curtains now. That one in the black spangled tights has got beautiful eyes.
We'll find Mr. King.
No, I'm in no hurry, Annie.
We've got a date.
Huh? Oh. Okay. There. That's the star dressing room there.
Well, give a knock.
Oh, wait a minute. There's several star dressing rooms. Well, here's the one with the King's name on it.
Don't you dare call me that.
I'll call you worse if I catch you with that bond of finale again.
You better not, you big poker.
A little argument inside that room, Casey.
Oh, King.
I'm fed up with your jealousy. If I feel like talking to a man, any man, I'm going
You're not going to speak up in corners with finale again, I tell you.
Try and stop me.
Oh, stop your
Don't you put your hands on me. Don't
Time to break this up, Annie. Come on.
That knock should do it.
Who's that?
Miss Williams and Casey in the Morning Express. If you're Mr. King, your press agent made a date for us to see you.
Oh, yes, of course. Just a moment.
That ended the battle, Casey.
Sure did.
Please come in.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Williams and Mr. Casey, you said?
That's right.
I'm Charles King. Nice to know both of you.
Nice to know you.
Mr. King.
Allow me to present my wife.
Mrs. King.
How'd you do? If you'll excuse me, I'll be running along.
Wait, Bernice.
Yeah?
This lady and gentleman are going to do a feature story about the act. Don't you want to stay?
Your act, Charlie. They don't want to interview me. See you later.
I'd like you to stay.
I've got some shopping to do. Nice to meet you, Miss Williams and Mr. Casey. So long.
So long.
My wife is always on the go, as you Americans say. You'll pardon her, I'm sure.
Certainly.
I'm very grateful for this visit. Publicity is the lifeblood of show business. Perhaps I'd better take you downstairs to the animal room. The three of us and my orangutans can get acquainted all at the same time.
Right.
I fancy that's what you wish.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Yeah.
Come on, then. We'll walk down that ramp to the animal room.
All right. Careful, Annie.
Bernice.
What?
I thought you were going shopping.
I am. I just stopped to talk a minute with Mr. Finelli.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Finelli. You better get your shopping done, Bernice.
Okay. See you later, Luigi.
Sure, Mrs. King.
Miss Williams, if you and Mr. Casey will excuse me, I want a word with that man.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
King.
Thanks. Just a moment, Finelli.
This seems to be the old triangle business,
And
Casey.
how?
That Finelli is good looking.
Yeah, so is Mrs. King. They're both young.
King must be 50.
Oh, easy. But he looks like a tough guy to tangle with. He seems to be quietly laying down a little law to Mr. Finelli over there.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Not at all. It's all right.
Here's the ramp. The cage of my beast sounds far from the bottom.
That guy you were talking with had on tights, Mr. King. What is he, an acrobat?
He's a wire walker.
Oh.
Do you good people know very much about orangutans?
Practically nothing.
We've seen a couple in the zoos.
Then perhaps you'd like to have a little basic information for your story, Miss Williams.
Yes, I would.
But the orangutan is found only in Borneo and Sumatra. In size, he is the second of the great apes, ranking next to the gorilla. In intelligence, though some place the chimpanzee in a higher category, I rank the orangutan first. Those are my animals in those two cages.
Casey, we've never seen an orangutan like that big fellow at the zoo.
Oh, that's Nimbu. He's a full-grown male. If he stood upright, which he seldom does, he'd be 5 feet 7 inches tall. And he tips the scale at 22 stone, about 300 pounds.
Why do you keep him alone in that cage? Is he vicious or something?
No, I'm keeping Nimbu separate temporarily because he hasn't been very well. I'm quite worried about him. Without Nimbu, I wouldn't have the same act. And, well, I'm fond of the old fellow.
Seems pretty fond of you. Casey, did you see him reach out his hand to Mr. King like a big child?
Yeah.
I let him take my hand and put his other long arm around my neck.
I wouldn't want him that close to me, brother.
I wouldn't dare permit such familiarity from the one in the next cage.
Oh, he doesn't like you, huh?
Oh, he doesn't like anybody. Fear of Nimbu is the only thing that keeps Dillinger in his place.
Dillinger?
I call him that because he's a public enemy, Miss Williams.
Oh.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hello, Joe. I was beginning to wonder where you were.
I was out getting some fresh medicine for Nimbu.
You know, I never want these animals left alone. Where's Tyan?
He have probably gone for a drink. That man is no good.
Yes, I know that, but he knows Big Ape.
Because he is a little ape himself.
Better you should send him back to Borneo where we got him.
I'll have another talk with Tyan. Oh, excuse me, Miss Williams, Mr. Casey. This is Johannes Fleet, my chief assistant.
Mr. Fleet?
How are you, Mr.
Johan knows as much more about orangutans as I do. He was born in Dutch Borneo and talks their language.
I talk Dutch and English, not ape talk. That is for men like that Tyan.
Tyan, my second assistant. He's a Dayak, a Borneo tribesman. You can write a few colorful lines about him, Miss Williams.
It's feeding time. I go get fruit for your ape.
He's a pleasing character, Casey.
Yeah.
I heard what you said, Miss Williams. Johann Philip is, well, it isn't easy to find men who can properly care for orangutans, and he knows the beasts. The same applies to Tyan, who is, as you Americans might say, another stinker.
Hey, bossman.
Oh, there he is. Joe says you were left to watch those animals, Tyan.
Orangutan not go away when locked in cage. Tyan get thirsty, go for get drink.
You're always getting a drink, and I'd like you to...
And if Tyan don't be more good, you send him back chop quick to Borneo. You don't do that, bossman. You need Tyan.
All right. Here's a fresh bottle of medicine. Give him some.
Okay, bossman. First I tell him I gonna do him good.
He's chattering to that big ape. He and the ape answers back.
Well, I'm going to get some pictures of this. This is terrific.
Tyan seems to really talk ape language, Miss Williams. The Dayaks believe orangutans have a language, and that some men learn it.
That ought to be a good shot. Here comes Fleet. I'll get one of him feeding it.
Hey, bossman. Nimbo, he no look good in the eye, and his tongue very dry. He more sick than before.
Better you should not have him work tonight.
Jack's never so good without Nimbu, Joe.
Never will it be so good if Nimbu die.
Oh, well, the two of you are right, I suppose. I shan't work him tonight.
Oh, then Casey and I won't see him in your act.
And I'm sorry, Miss Williams. You won't see him tonight.
Show in the world is proud to present the most daring, colossal, engrossing, educational exhibition of man's mastery over the savage beast that has ever been witnessed in the history of the universe.
That's it, Annie. This is King Jack.
They're throwing up the cage, Casey.
Most dangerously intelligent animals known to man. Orangutan.
Well, that Nimbu sure looks dangerous and wise.
From the jungle wilds
of
Borneo. One man dares to enter the cage, alone and unarmed, and to bend them to his superior will. Ladies and gentlemen, the outstanding, unexcelled star attraction of the circus world, King of the Apes.
Boy, that was some build-up, wasn't it, huh?
The ringmaster did use a few superlatives. Oh, Mr. King looks nice in that jungle explorer's outfit, doesn't he?
Yeah. His wife isn't half bad in her shorts.
She is not in the cage.
Oh, she's just outside over on the left there, Annie.
Let's see. Look, Casey. They're letting the apes into the ring cage now from those wagons.
Yeah, that Joe Fleet is superintending the job.
I don't see Tyan.
Oh, he's around somewhere, I imagine.
Dillinger's coming into the cage now. Ooh, he's a mean-looking animal.
I'm sorry we're not going to see Nimbu do his stuff. He's a real star, this act, you know.
Yeah, and King depends on him. He told me he doesn't have to carry that big whip in the ring with him when Nimbo's there.
Yeah,
He's
look,
the boss.
Look, Annie, look, the big monks are going to ride those tricycles. Look at that, Annie.
I thought you didn't care for circuses.
Oh, well, it's part of my job to come here and take pictures, that's all.
What was that?
Funny cry, wasn't it? Animal or something, I guess.
Casey, those big apes stopped riding in that car. King can't get them to start again. Seem to be listening.
There it goes again. Hey, look at Dillinger.
He's grabbed Mr. King. He's killing him.
He's got him on the throat, Annie. Annie, I'm going to shoot some pictures of this. That cry we heard, Annie. I've got a hunch this wasn't any accident.
Mother's Day is a week from Sunday. Why not make this an occasion to be remembered? Make Mother queen for the day. Keep her out of the kitchen. Let the whole family pitch in and cook this Mother's Day dinner yourselves. It's not as difficult as it sounds, particularly if you rely on Fire King oven glass, the amazing oven glass which practically assures baking results. Plan your meal around a big baked casserole dish. Supplement it with hot bread or biscuit and top the meal off with a homemade pie. Why, it's easy if you follow the recipes and use Fire King oven glass casseroles, pie plates, and baking dishes. At your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King oven glass, an ideal Mother's Day gift. Prices are amazingly low. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Mr. King of the Apes was buried this morning, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert, yeah. Miss Williams and I just came from his funeral.
I suppose the circus folks gave him a big send-off.
They did. The funeral was a circus in itself, complete with brass bands. And Mrs. King gave a fine center ring performance.
What do you mean?
Well, she put on a big act, Ethelbert. She shed crocodile tears all over the place.
And we think she cared about as much for her husband as I care for, well, a 1940 model spring hat.
Was that Wire Walker Finelli there, who you think is her boyfriend?
No, he didn't come to the funeral. Neither did Tyann.
Tyan's the other fellow who was King's assistant, huh?
Yeah, the Dyak from Borneo.
Who's inherited King's place in the act.
You think one of them people had something to do with King's death, don't you?
Yeah. King was crushed to death by that big orangutan, Dillinger. After he and the other apes in the ring had shown a marked reaction to the peculiar animal cries that everybody heard. Miss Williams and I had seen and heard Tyann talking to Nimbu that afternoon, and a lot of the circus people really believe that he has a special way of communicating with apes.
And fantastic as it may seem, Ethelbert, those cries made by Tyann could have instructed Dillinger to turn on his master.
Well, it isn't fantastic at all, Annie. Not a bit. Dogs, horses, and lots of animals instinctively react to certain sounds, don't they?
Oh, sure. It ain't hard to teach a pooch to sick 'em.
Well, that's right.
He wasn't seen by anybody when them cries were heard, was he? Tyann, I mean.
According to his story, he'd had a few drinks too many and was sleeping them off in the animal's feed room.
Another thing, Ethelbert, an expert from the zoo has examined Nimbu, and he says the big ape wasn't naturally sick. He'd been doped.
Nimbu was the boss monk, and he liked King. He had to be taken out of the act before Tyann could do anything with Dillinger.
What are the cops doing about all this?
Nothing. Nothing they can do. No way of proving that those cries had anything to do with King's death. So it goes down in the books as, what do they call it, accident, incident to a hazardous profession, and that's that.
And we can't even hint at our suspicions in the paper, Ethelbert, without letting the Express in for a libel suit.
Yeah, but in my book, Tyann caused the death of Charles King, and I think Mrs. King put him up to it.
She's now free to play around with Finelli.
And Mrs. King owns the act since her husband's death. I'm sure that she, Finelli, and Tyann were together in this thing, and I...
Excuse me, there's the bar.
Go ahead, Sally, go ahead.
Hello, Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking. Yeah, just a minute. Your city editor, Casey.
Now, give me it.
Here.
Hello, Burke. Yes, I'm here again. What? What happened at the Hippodrome?
Hippodrome?
That's where the circus is.
Tell me that again, Burke. We'll get over there right away. So long.
What is it, Casey?
Finelli has been murdered.
Finelli?
And Tyann has been arrested for the killing.
Casey.
Annie, this doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up at all.
How was Finelli killed, Captain Logan?
The same way Marie Antoinette was. His head was cut off.
What? Oh, holy.
The lethal instrument in this case was a curved, razor-edged Dyak knife. It's been identified as belonging to that Borneo native, Tyann, who was found in his dressing room, dead drunk,
with the murder knife beside him shortly after the murder was discovered.
Did you sober him up enough to talk?
He was able to deny that he'd killed anyone. Drunk or sober, nearly all killers can do that.
Yeah, but why should he have killed Finelli, though, huh?
Well, the guy's only one generation out of the jungle, and he was drunk. That's two reasons.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, though, Logan. Tyan had just landed himself a sweet job. He'd become the big shot in a big feature act owned by Mrs. King. Oh, why should he pitch his big chance away in his life besides by killing her boyfriend? That doesn't add up.
Look, this Tyan is a semi-savage from Borneo. He was lit to the skylight.
Well,
the murder weapon belonged to him, and we found it beside him. Now, Casey, take your little camera in hand and shoot pretty pictures for the paper. I've got important police work to do. So long, Miss Williams. Try to keep Casey from straining his brain.
Wise guy, Logan.
He's right about Tyan, Casey.
Is he?
Of course he is. We're seeing a nice example of poetic justice. Mrs. King has Tyan arrange her husband's death so she can have Finelli. And then Tyan destroys the man she wanted and himself at the same time, and now she's without a husband, without a boyfriend, and without a means of making a living. She has no one who can work those apes.
Wait a minute. Yes, she has. Johannes Fleet.
Oh, say, I'd forgotten about him.
Yeah, so had I, almost. Annie, from the first, we've been wrong about this whole setup. Can't you see it? Annie Fleet's the guy.
Why?
Well, because he knows more about big apes than King does. I think Johannes Fleet doped Nimbu and gave that cry that caused Dillinger to kill King. And then when Tyan was put in King's place, Fleet pulled a second murder and framed Tyan for it.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know.
That's a help.
Oh, wait a minute, Annie. Give me a chance to think here. All right. We'll go to Bernice King.
Mrs. King?
Yes. Finelli's death puts her in the clear. Fleet's been the whole works. And she can help us get the goods on him.
How?
Come on. We're going to pay her a call, Annie. And on the way, we'll pick up that wise guy, Logan.
I think you're right, Mr. Casey.
Thanks.
You're more easily sold than I am, Mrs. King. I think he's altogether wrong.
You would, Logan.
Whether he's right or wrong, Captain, I'll take any chance to get the man who may have caused my husband's death. You've been frank with me, Mr. Casey. You think I was in love with Luigi Finelli. I wasn't. If I looked twice at any man, he'd begin to spy on me, question me. With Finelli, I was deliberately trying to pay him off for the unhappiness and jealousy it caused me. Miss Williams, another woman would realize how I felt what I was doing.
Oh, I do realize, Mrs. King.
Now Charlie's gone. If I could only bring him back, he could be jealous. He could beat me, anything.
We're very sorry, Mrs. King.
I won't cry anymore. What do you want me to do, Mr. Casey?
Well, first, I want you to give Dillinger some of the same harmless dope we think was fed to Nimbu. So Fleet will think that he's sick and we'll have to stay with him tonight.
I don't get it, Casey.
No, neither do I.
Well, there's more than one way to trip up a murder. Now, tonight, Mrs. King, you will go to the animal room and talk with Fleet. Logan and I will be hidden behind the cages. Now, here's what I want you to say. Here she comes, Logan.
Yeah, I see her.
So does Fleet.
What are you doing here so late, Mrs. King?
I've come to talk to you, Joe.
About Dillinger?
Well, if you're worried about that orangutan, I'm taking good care of him.
I'm sure you are. You figure he and all my other orangs belong to you now, and you've become king of the apes.
That's right. You can't work them in the ring.
I imagine you expect an increase in pay.
I wasn't going to rush you on this, Mrs. King, but since you bring the matter up, suppose we make it from now on. I take all the money from the act and pay you 10% of the net.
You want 90%, huh?
Well, is that not fair enough for an indispensable man?
Joe, you're going to work for me in your new job for less money.
Are you crazy?
You see, if you don't accept my terms, I'm going to tell the police some things I know.
What do you mean?
I know who really killed Finelli. And my husband.
How you know that, Mrs. King?
I was here last night when Finelli was killed. I saw something.
If you was here last night and saw something, why didn't you tell the cops?
I got a better idea. I'm a businesswoman, Joe. It occurred to me that you'd work very cheap in order to escape the electric chair.
Mrs. King, you did a very foolish thing in coming here tonight.
Why?
The police will think you was worried about poor sick Dillinger. You was foolish enough to enter his cage while I was out of the room.
What are you talking about?
I'm putting you in his cage. Dillinger will do the rest, as he did to your husband.
Let me go.
Oh, no. As I killed your husband, as I killed Finelli, now I kill you.
Let go, Logan. Pick him up, please.
Oh, cops.
Pick him up and let go of that woman.
Oh, so this was all a trick.
Let go of Mrs. King, I say.
I washed you up, Joe.
Oh, no, cops. To get me, you got to shoot through this woman. And I got the gun, too.
Captain Logan, he's holding me.
You can't get out of here, Fleet.
Look, I got my gun at this woman's back. If I do not go free, she dies.
You'll kill me, Captain.
Got us, Logan.
All of you, bent over by the wall. All right. Now, Mrs. King, we go.
You'll never get away with this.
I take my chances on that. Now walk in front of me, off these cages. And slow, Mrs. King.
I will.
That big ape's got him by the throat. Got too close to that cage. Come on, help me pull him away from that orang, Casey.
All right.
Wait, he's dropped him. Look, his neck is broken. He's dead.
He saved my life.
Take it easy, Mrs. King. You're safe, you know. I guess Annie was right. I guess there is poetic justice.
Back to Casey in just a moment. But first, here is a message from Anchor Hocking. I hope that every one of our listeners will make a special point to tune in Crime Photographer next Thursday evening. We're going to have an unusually exciting show, and the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation will have an announcement to make of the utmost importance. And now, tonight, we're celebrating National Baby Week. And in the interest of better health, retail stores and food packers throughout America are focusing attention on the scientifically prepared glass-packed baby foods which make it so easy to provide a properly balanced and healthful diet. Now, these glass-packed baby foods simplify the young mother's work enormously. You can heat and serve baby food in the same glass container in which you buy it and reseal it safely to store leftover portions. Glass containers are easy and safe to open, and they have no effect on taste, flavor, or purity. All better brands of prepared baby foods come to you packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
I suppose they've let that little guy Tyan out of jail now, huh, Miss Wynn?
Yes, Ethelbert, after Captain Logan gave him a long talk about the electric chair he'd been so close to.
Yeah, it made such an impression on Tyan that he took the pledge never to drink again. And he'll be back in the act as King of the Apes tonight.
And Casey and I are going to the circus again tonight to watch him work with Nimbu.
Hey, as a matter of fact, the performance will start in half an hour, Annie. We'd better get over there. Huh?
The ape act don't go on till late, does it?
Almost at the end of the show, Ethelbert.
But you're going to see the whole show again?
That's Casey's idea.
There's a lady acrobat I want to look at again, Anne. She has such beautiful eyes.
Crime Photographer, starring Scott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deaton. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'll call Jim if you want, George, but he's shaving.
It's all right, Sylvia. I'd much rather talk to you.
Thanks. That's one of those things I'd much rather not remember. Look, George, Jim's going to take a shower after he shaves. The minute he's through, I'll tell him to call you back. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute.
Well...
Oh, how about inviting me to the house?
But...
As I understand it, married people do have friends over once in a while.
Friends, yes.
Oh, now, really? As a matter of fact, Jim asked me over. I'm supposed to be there now.
Well,
Sylvia, the only thing you can possibly have against me is the fact that I like you. Now, is that a...
Open up in there! Open this door!
What was that?
Wait a minute. Who is it?
I'm a police officer. Open this door, quickly.
Goodbye, George.
But, Sylvia...
Hurry with this door.
I'm coming. Now, what is all this?
There's the room with a narrow window, lady. Fast. Where is it?
The bathroom, right this way. What's the matter?
That's what I'm going to find out. This scrubbing brush came flying through that window into the street a second ago. Who's in this room?
My husband. He threw the brush through the window?
That's what I said. Now I'm going to find out why. You inside. Open up.
Oh, stop being so dramatic. The door's not locked.
Oh, well then...
Jim, tell this officer. Jim!
Your husband isn't going to be telling anybody anything ever, lady. He's dead. And from here it looks like he's dead from very unnatural causes.
I tell you why I asked you to come to my office, Vance. I think you'll like the reason.
I don't like murder, Markham. My enjoyment comes from helping catch killers.
I understand that, of course. Vance, a man named Jim Raines was found dead this afternoon in his bathroom. He'd been poisoned.
Oh?
It was a slow-acting poison. It took effect several hours after it was given him.
Not too unusual a situation up until now, Markham.
No, that's true, but listen to this. The bathroom door was unlocked. As Raines felt himself dying, or anyhow, this is what we imagine happened, he seized a scrubbing brush and tossed it through the window. A police officer was passing, went into the house, and found the body on the bathroom floor.
Anybody in the house?
The victim's wife, Sylvia.
Why didn't he call out or open the door to call his wife?
That is why I phoned you.
I see.
I don't know the answer to that unless he suspected his wife had poisoned him and knew she wouldn't help him.
That's possible.
It certainly is.
I think I'll find out a few things about the late Jim Raines before I see her, though. I'm sure the victim broke that window so that we could see through his reason and find his murderer.
Just a moment, please. Be right with you. Well, this is a surprise. Come in, come in. Please sit down, Mrs. Raines. May I say that black is a very becoming color?
Why did you kill my husband?
Oh, Sylvia, please, I didn't kill Jim. Why should I have killed him?
You had lunch with him. You poisoned him. You wanted me, didn't you? You knew I wouldn't have anything to do with you while he was alive, so you killed him. You killed him, and now I'm going to kill you.
Now, Sylvia, don't be ridiculous. Put that gun down.
You took Jim away from me. You're a murderer, but you'll never be caught. You're too clever.
Now, my dear.
See how smart you really are. See if you can outthink a bullet.
You fool. Give me that gun. That's better. You ought to either not carry a gun, my dear, or learn to aim it properly. So, you imagine I poisoned Jim. It's true I did have lunch with him. But have you forgotten? I was due at your house when he died. I'd hardly be stupid enough to give the police a ready-made suspect.
You killed him. I know you did.
You know, Sylvia, this could have been a very good act you put on. Let's say you poisoned Joe.
What?
Let's just say that. You came here carrying a gun, accuse me, purposely fire a wild shot. The perfect picture of an innocent, outraged wife. Sylvia, you're out of your mind. Maybe I'm not the only one that's clever. Maybe it's just what I've always suspected. That you and I would make such a wonderful team.
This is Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Yes, Vance. Anything yet on the Jim Raines murder?
I've made some progress. Raines was in the numbers racket. Did you know that?
The homicide department undoubtedly knew advance, but I haven't received a report yet. This case is only a few hours old, you know.
I realize that. I also realize that Raines operated in opposition to a man named Eddie Cayley. And Cayley wasn't too happy about the whole thing.
Well, Vance, we have the wife as a suspect, of course, but you haven't been to see her.
No, not yet.
Now that you've uncovered Cayley, I imagine you, merely to be consistent, won't go to see him either.
I'll see him, but not right now. Now I think it's time you and I went to see Mrs. Raines. If I'm going to see suspects, I must remember my etiquette. You know, Markham, ladies first.
What was the take for today, Whiting?
I don't know yet, Eddie.
Why not?
It takes me a little time to add up figures. But I like figures. You ever hear anything like that? I like figures and I don't understand them.
So what? I like women and nobody understands them. All the runners bringing their slips?
All except Squirmy. He's due any minute. 6, 8.
Take off your shoes for that number, Whitey.
Huh?
It's over 10. You'll run out of fingers to count on.
Gee, I like mathematics. Hey, that must be Squirmy now, Eddie.
Yeah, okay.
1, 12.
Come on in after I press the buzzer to open the door.
Hi, Mr. Cayley.
Squirmy.
Hi, Whitey.
Hi.
I'm here, right on schedule. No?
You're here right on schedule, yes. Empty your pockets.
Plenty of numbers today, Mr. Cayley. Plenty. Everybody plays numbers.
Lots of suckers.
Yeah. Tell them a dime gets them $60, and all they got to do is guess 3 numbers right, and they all chuck me dimes, no?
Yeah, pretty good selection. Squirmy.
Well, gee, Mr. Cayley, don't call me Squirmy. My name is Claude.
Pretty good reason for being called Squirmy, if you ask me.
Okay, Squirmy. I've got all your collection slips. I'll take the money you picked up.
Surest thing you know. I got it right here. Plenty of money, plenty of dimes. Plenty, boy. Yeah. How about that? Pretty good, no?
That's all, huh?
That's it.
Hey, let me have them slips of paper, Eddie. Gives me more figures to add. Gee, I like figures.
Take them, Whitey.
Okay.
Squirmy, come here.
What?
Take off your hat.
There ain't no lady in the room.
Okay, I'll grab it off. There.
Hey, give me back my hat. Give me back my hat.
Sure, as soon as I see what's in the inside band.
Hey, what's the matter?
Well, what do you know? Policy slips. You're taking numbers on your own, aren't you, Squirmy?
Now, look, Mr. Kelly, look. I don't know how they got up there.
No?
I've been framed. Somebody...
Clip me again, Eddie. Just let me count. That's 1.
No, don't.
I got rid of one competitor, Jim Raines, and now I got another.
Wait a minute, Mr. Kelly. Them numbers I had up there, I kept them there in case I got picked up by the car.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's it. In case I got picked up by the car.
Please keep it up, Eddie. I'm having fun.
I'm a little tired of playing.
4.
Now get up and get out of here, Squirmy. And next time, remember, don't try to get cute with me.
Sure, I'll remember.
Okay.
I won't get cute. I'll remember. So long, Mr. Cayley. So long, Whitey.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure, Whitey.
I guess I can't blame him too much, Whitey.
What do you mean?
With Jim Raines out of the way, he just got ambitious, that's all.
Yeah, that's what it is, all right. You know, Eddie, this is no business for secrets.
Remember that, Whitey.
Sure. Guy works for you. He ain't got no right to keep anything under his hat.
I think we're heading in the right direction, Markham.
In the car or in the case, Vance?
Both. We're on the way to see Mrs. Raines, armed with several pertinent bits of information.
That her husband was in the numbers racket, that he had a tough competitor named Eddie Cayley, and what else?
That he was quite a bit older than his wife.
We have a foundation, of course, Vance. But the puzzling features of this case are still unexplained. Why did Raines throw a brush through the window when he could have opened the door?
And who fed him poison?
Yes.
Well, I imagine we'll have the answers to those questions very soon. After you, Markham.
Right.
Markham, what has the homicide department reported since our talk a little while ago? Anything at all?
Nothing of interest. They traced Raines' movements during the day and found he had lunch with a George Morrow. Very respectable individual, as I understand it, and a good friend of the dead man.
But they did have lunch together, which makes Morrow a potential suspect in case we run out of those we already have.
If you say so. The bell, Vance?
If you say so. There we are. Let me see now. Raines has been dead how long up till now?
Exactly 4.5 hours.
Right. That means that...
Yes?
Well, I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Raines. This is Philo Vance. We'd like to come in if you don't mind.
Oh, by all means. How can I help you?
We're not sure. Mrs. Raines, your husband has been dead only a little over 4 hours. I notice a black coat and hat here in the hall, and you're wearing a black dress.
Isn't that customary when one is in mourning?
Yes, it is. You had all these clothes before your husband's death?
Every well-dressed woman has at least one black dress, Mr. Vance.
And the coat?
I just happen to have a black coat.
I understand.
Mrs. Raines, what we'd like to find out is this. Why would your husband throw a brush through the bathroom window to attract attention when he could have attracted attention so much more easily by opening the bathroom door and calling?
I don't know.
You were home at the time.
I was on the telephone talking to a friend of Jim's, a man named George Morrow. He was telling me that Jim expected him at the house, and just then the policeman pounded on the door.
Do you mind if I see the bathroom?
No, why should I? This way.
Come along, Markham.
Right.
Jim was shaving. He was going to take a shower after he'd finished. I could hear the shower running while I was on the telephone.
Who shut off the water?
I don't know. I don't think it was running when the policeman and I found Jim's body. I'm sure it wasn't.
You were hysterical from shock. A detail such as that might have slipped your mind.
The water had been turned off. Well, what's so important about that?
I'll let you know in a moment. I want to turn on that shower.
Well, go ahead.
I don't know what this is supposed to prove, Vance, except that there's hot water in the shower.
You are the only one who doesn't know what else Mr. Vance is trying to prove.
Mr. Vance isn't trying to prove anything. Mr. Vance has already proven it.
What?
All right, please, both of you, get out. Get out, please.
What's the hurry? What's with the pushing?
I'm sorry.
I hope you have a good reason for rushing us out of here, Mr. Vance.
I have the best reason in the world. Markham, I want a 24-hour police guard placed in front of this bathroom.
What?
I want it closed to everybody until I ask for it to be opened.
That could be arranged, I imagine. Want to tell me why, Vance?
Certainly. There's something in that bathroom that tells me definitely who poisoned Jim Raines.
This is District Attorney Markham. The shower bath murder case opened when Jim Raines, numbers racketeer, was found poisoned in his bathroom. We know the poison had been administered several hours before. We know that Raines' wife was younger than he and attractive. That the dead man's racket rival was Eddie Cayley, and that he had a friend named George Morrow. That's all we know. But Philo Vance insists he knows who killed Raines after he, Vance, turned on the shower in the bathroom. It is sometime later in my... Still not talking, Vance?
What's the point of telling you, Markham? You need evidence that will stand up in court. I don't have it.
Will you get it? That's the question.
I'm going to try.
Well, you've been...
I know what you're going to say, that I've been reasonably successful in getting proof for you before. But each case is different, Markham. Precedent hasn't any importance because there never has been a case like this.
Could you tell me why Jim Raines threw that brush instead of opening the door?
Yes, I can, but I won't. I know why he did it. I know everything about this case now. All I have to do is take the mystery of that shower and use it to make a murderer come clean.
9 and 5 is 14, and 6 is 20, and 8 is...
Cut it out, Whitey.
Hey, figures, Eddie, figures. You know how nuts I am about figures. I gotta keep adding them all the time.
What are you adding? There aren't any policy slips in front of you.
Yeah, I know. I just rehearse.
Oh.
Sometimes I just sit for hours adding up imaginary figures.
Yeah.
8 and 3, 7 and 2. Fascinating, Eddie.
Wait till you hear about subtraction. You'll really be in for a great treat.
Who's that?
I don't know. It's somebody who doesn't know the code knock. Now, wait here, Whitey. I'm going to find out. Who is it?
I'm George Morrow. I'm looking for Eddie Cayley.
What are you looking for him for?
I'll tell him.
Hit the buzzer, Whitey. We'll let this guy in. I'm Kaylee.
Oh?
Come on in. What's on your mind, Morrow?
Kaylee, I've got a little information for you.
Yeah?
You're not taking over Jim Raines's numbers business.
No.
That's right. No.
Hey, I dig this guy, Eddie. He's the fella talking to Jim Raines' wife on the telephone when Raines kicks off in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's right. I knew Raines's racket. I was all set to take it over when I heard that you've moved over to Raines's side of town.
So what?
Move back, Kaylee. Quick. That's all.
How is it? Will you listen to me?
Now, take your hands off me. Now, take them off.
Tomorrow, I don't think I like being shoved around.
When you know for sure, tell me.
Go ahead, boys. Take care of him. That way I get to do some counting.
Okay, here we go. Come on. Whitey, I think I'll let you help with this guy.
Okay, boys.
Well, that's that.
Sure.
Nice work with that blackjack, Whitey.
It wasn't really nothing, boys. 1, 2, 3, and boom.
I don't think he'll bother us again in a hurry.
You said it.
One good thing he did, though.
What's that?
He told me he knew about Raines, was all set to take over Raines' racket. The cops will be glad to hear about that, and they're going to hear about it if they get too close to us. He had an awful good motive for murder, Whitey. Awful good.
All I can tell you about Cayley is what you already know, Vance. He's in the numbers racket. He has a couple of runners who collect policy slips for him, and one of them is this fellow they call Squirmy. He's supposed to hang around this territory somewhere.
You'll know him when you see him.
Yes, I looked at his gallery pictures a little while ago. And, Vance.
Yeah?
I think that's the man right there in front of that store.
Do I look disreputable enough?
Put your hat down over your eyes a little more.
All right.
That's it. Go ahead, Vance, and I wish you luck. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
I will. Hi.
Hi.
I got a hunch on a number.
How much of a hunch, huh?
Quarter's worth.
Yes. Give me the 2 bits. Write the number you like on a hunk of paper and meet me tomorrow right here if you hit. Okay, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
You hang out right here in this corner?
That's right. See you tomorrow if you get lucky.
My friend, I'll see you long before that if I really get lucky.
Look, George, I don't want to talk to you now or ever.
Oh, but
and nothing you can do or say can make me change my mind.
I wouldn't say nothing, Sylvia, if I were you.
What do you mean?
I was just up to see a fellow named Eddie Cayley. He was a business rival of your husband.
So what does that make me?
You'll have to listen to find out.
Well?
Eddie and a stooge of his worked me over. Good. But I had a reason for going up there.
So?
You were the reason. So don't you think you should be a little reasonable?
Honest, Mr. Cayley.
Yeah?
Here's my hat. Nothing in it. See?
You sure?
Yeah. All the policy slips just like I collected them.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And all the money I got.
Hey, you got a lot of them, Eddie. I'm having a swell time adding up these numbers.
Well, enjoy yourself, Whitey.
Yeah.
Say, I wonder why the other runners haven't come in. It's time for them to be here, isn't it?
If you say it's time, Mr. Cayley, it sure is time. No?
Thank you, Claude.
Gee, thank you.
Hey, that's not a knock. Must be one of the boys now, Eddie. Want to let him in?
Certainly.
Hey, that ain't one of our boys.
I'm not one of anybody's boys. I'm Philo Vance.
How did you know the knock we used?
Sensible question. That seems to indicate that you are the head man. You are Cayley.
That's right.
You want to know about the knock?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching down the hall when Squirmy here knocked at the door.
Oh, gee, Mr. Cayley, I didn't know. Honest, I didn't.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up? Okay. Now he'll call me Squirmy.
Will you cut that out? You were watching, Vance, and listening.
I stand corrected. Well, Cayley, you want to know why I'm here.
Keep talking.
That's simple. You're in the numbers racket. So was Jim Raines. That's a very definite connection between you two.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. I know who you are. You're no cop, and that means I'm not ratting on anybody. But George Morrow wanted in on Raines's racket. He told me that himself. If you're looking for Raines's killer, you don't have to look any further than him.
Thank you. But I think this numbers business of yours, Cayley, is sufficient to lock you up until I get ready.
Whitey, the blackjack.
Yeah.
Grab him for me.
Don't grab too easily, my friend.
Come on, Whitey. Three of us ought to handle this one.
All right, everybody. Stop that fighting. Stop it or I'll shoot.
Well, the district attorney. And a gun.
Yes.
I'm getting up in the world.
Markham, you interrupted the proceedings just when I was starting to enjoy myself. But I'm glad you did. I'm very anxious to get this case over with.
I followed you as you asked me to, Vance. Do I take Cayley in as Jim Raines' murderer?
No. Just on the numbers racket charge, Markham. Nobody here killed Jim Raines. But let's go to Raines' house, and I'll point out somebody there who did.
Sylvia, I don't know why Philo Vance told me to come over here, but I'm glad he did.
Oh.
It gives me a chance to tell you something in person. Something you wouldn't listen to on the telephone.
Go away from me, George. You make me sick.
I've got a lot of money, Sylvia. I know where to get more. I want to marry you. We'll work things out so they'll be just the way you want them.
Get out of here. I don't care if 9 Philo Vances ask you to come over. I tell you to get out. You disgust me.
You can't talk to me that way, Sylvia. You can't. I won't let you.
Try and stop me.
Oh,
now,
Sylvia.
you either get out of here, George, or I will. Take your choice. Only don't take too long to make up your mind.
Sylvia, you've got to listen to me. I've wanted you ever since I saw you. Jim was my friend, but friends don't mean anything when a man falls in love. He was in the way. I could never have you with him around.
You killed him.
I discussed you, do I? It didn't do me any good to kill him, did it? Well, I'm going to kill you like this. So what you know won't be any good to you either. So let me.
Come on, Markham, let's go.
Don't go too far if you ask me. Hold him, Morrow. Now stand right where you are.
But you got here just in time, Mr. Markham. You and Vance.
We've been here quite some time, long enough to hear you admit you killed Raines.
You'd never found out any other way, either of you, or the police.
I think you're wrong, Morrow. I knew you'd poisoned Jim Raines.
You knew? How did you know?
Raines told me, Morrow, after he was dead. Before we go into the Raines bathroom, Markham, you realize why we went up to Eddie Cayley's headquarters.
Break up his policy operation.
Exactly. Then, too, I needed a little time to contact Morrow, have him go over to see Mrs. Raines. And I had to be sure Mrs. Raines knew the part I rehearsed her in.
I understand all that, but there's something I don't understand. Jim Raines was in that bathroom. He had finished shaving and was about to take a shower. He felt himself dying, and instead of opening the door and calling for help, he tossed a brush through the bathroom window. How are you going to explain that?
I will, I promise you. And I'll begin by telling you that he thought George Morrow was in the living room. Remember, Raines' wife told us that when she was on the phone with Morrow, Morrow mentioned he was due at the Raines house, and that was the reason for his phone call.
Yes, that's right.
Very well. Raines died thinking that Morrow might be in his apartment. That's why he threw the brush through the window instead of opening the door. He didn't want Morrow to come in and find his body.
Why not? And what did you mean by saying Raines told you who killed him?
I'll show you. Come into the bathroom.
All right. I'm here and waiting to be shown.
I closed the door. And turn on the hot water in the shower.
Turn on.
This was the situation Raines was in, identically. Take a look at that bathroom door, Markham. What do you see?
I see a mirror. That's not unusual.
Watch the mirror.
Yes.
What's happening?
Well, it's clouding up. The steam from the hot water is covering... Vance! There's writing on that mirror.
Read it, Markham.
It's just becoming legible. George Morrow poisoned me. Then there's the beginning of Jim Raines' signature. Vance, this is fantastic.
Is it? I think not. Raines wrote that when he realized what had happened to him. And he knew Morrow had poisoned him. But he was afraid Morrow was in the house.
So he didn't open the door. That's reasonable. Morrow would have come rushing in and wiped off the mirror.
Raines was very clever. He wanted the bathroom window broken, knowing that the steam would be dissipated by the draft, and the writing on the mirror would disappear with it.
Oh.
But it could be brought back by anybody who would wonder, just as we wondered, why a window was broken when a door was available.
Now, the writing stayed on the mirror. I don't understand that.
Try it sometime with your own mirror, Markham. Steam it. Write on it. When the steam disappears, the writing disappears. Re-steam it. The writing comes back. Now you know the whole story.
Yes, thanks to you, I know the story and the motive. And I see why you had to have proof of his guilt. A proof we overheard when he talked to Mrs. Raines, even though you knew Morrow was our murderer right from the beginning.
Yes, Markham. I saw this handwriting on the mirror at the beginning of our adventure. But Morrow sees the handwriting on the wall at the end of the shower bath murder case.
Sleeping on a Sealy is like sleeping on a cloud. The Sealy Mattress Company presents Calling All Detectives. A series of baffling thefts from a locked vault right under your very eyes. Could you solve them? That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, Private Detective. In the famous story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, what is the first name of Mr. Hyde? That is the Sealy Mystery Quiz question, now worth $1,220. If the person we telephone at the end of the program can answer a question based on tonight's transcribed story, he or she will earn a famous Sealy Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress, plus a chance to answer the Sealy Mystery Quiz question. So pull up a chair and listen closely to Calling All Detectives. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets all sorts of cases. Some are tough, and if it was so easy, you don't see the evidence right underfoot. Keith Wickerson was 48 years old, gray at the temples, and expressed, Mr. Browning, Wickerson's Jewelry Salon is an institution. Both my employees and customers are beyond reproach. I nodded. Yeah? But just the same, somebody is robbing you blind. And if it isn't employees or customers, then it must be pixies. At the sound of the warning buzzer, the remaining customers began to drift out. I watched as clerks took trays of jewels from the display cases and carefully deposited the trays into shelves inside a huge vault. Finally, all the trays were inside the vault. Note, Mr. Browning, that the vault is now locked and the combination thrown. Only I know the combination, and even if someone else were to learn it, the burglar alarm would sound at any attempt to turn the lock. I made a few notes on a pad. Okay, so far. What next? Wickerson smiled grimly. Please observe. As each employee left the area where the safe stood, he passed between two tiny beams of light. I had that device installed when the theft began, Mr. Browning. If any person were carrying a diamond or a metal object in his pocket, an alarm would sound. Has an alarm sounded? No alarm had sounded, and I said so. Nevertheless, the chances are strong that tomorrow morning a diamond will be missing from the vault. He wasn't kidding. The next morning, a diamond was missing. Now all I had to do was figure out how the thing was worked. At this point, the sponsor's first commercial is heard. Calling All Detectives is as different as it is successful. Here's a show that quadrupled its rating in 39 weeks, produced the greatest miracle in the history of WGN, is the #1 program in its time slot against 17 other Chicago stations, and has one of the highest holding power records in radio today. I won't take any more of your time to repeat facts outlined in the brochure. Now, back to Jerry Browning. Despite elaborate precautions, diamonds and other gems were being stolen at regular intervals from a locked vault at a jewelry salon. The man from the crack-proof safe company was short, squat, and determined. Gents, nobody can pick this lock. I turned to Wickerson, the store owner. Can somebody possibly have learned the combination? Wickerson shook his head. The combination has been changed 3 times during the past month. The last time it wasn't even written down. I memorized it. Okay. Nobody picked the lock. The store was beginning to fill up as elegantly dressed women and a few men drifted in. Wickerson looked at them with a jaundiced eye. Is it possible, Mr. Browning, that one of my customers is responsible? I shook my head. Well, this is an inside job. The count on the stuff in your trays checks every evening. Well, idea struck me. That gimmick you bought, the device that checks for stones or metal in people's pockets. Maybe it isn't working. One of your employees lifts a stone from a tray just as it's being put away. How can we check that? Don't worry, we'll check it. That evening, as the routine of putting the trays into the vault was being repeated, I walked into the vault, too. I reached up on a shelf, took a diamond from one of the trays. I put it into an inside pocket under a couple of layers of cloth. Then I got it out of the vault. Okay, Mr. Wickerson, your gimmick worked fine. Turn it off. Well, there's no sense in hanging around the store. Now, when you can't figure out how something is being done, maybe you can find out who is doing it. So for a week, I gave all of Wickerson's employees my 4-star special complete investigation. I learned that one man was living somewhat beyond his means, another was playing the horses in a modestly consistent sort of way, and a third, a young woman, had just bought a mink coat that she was careful not to wear to work. I kept on investigating and found that the man living beyond his means was getting supplementary income from a brother out west, that the horse player was $600 ahead for the season, and that the mink coat was dyed muskrat. Okay. I went back to Wickerson's store. That evening, I watched the, by now, familiar routine of putting the trays into the vault. One by one, impassive-faced clerks filed by me, deposited their wares on the shelf. I watched so carefully my eyes ached. Behind me, Wickerson said, "Nothing's been missing for several days, Mr. Browning. You're about due for another theft." I nodded without taking my eyes off the clerks. When the last one had finished, I started into the vault. I sheepishly gave Wickerson my keys, coins from my pocket, my tag lamp. The alarm bell stopped. Then I stepped into the vault, looked around. I had no idea of what I was looking for. I turned to Wickerson. "The floor of this vault is dusty. Don't you ever sweep it out?" "Certainly we do every morning after the stock is removed. John, sweep this floor." I questioned the porter. "John, did you sweep this morning?" "Well, yes, sir, I did." I bent down, ran my fingers over the floor. Then I straightened up. "You can go, John." "Mr. Wickerson, there will be a diamond missing tomorrow morning. And I know how the thing has worked. Now all we have to do is catch our crook." Well, there was a diamond missing the next morning. But I didn't do a thing about it. Instead, I resumed my all-day watching session. Except that I knew whom I was watching. The horse player who was ahead for the season. But that further reports had shown to have dropped all his winnings and many thousands more at roulette. He waited a full week before trying again. Then, one day at noontime, as the clerk stepped outside the door on his way to lunch, I stepped up to him. "You're under arrest." I had handcuffs on him so fast he didn't know what had happened. Back inside, I searched him and found a diamond in his pocket. This is how he fools your high-priced gimmick. He doesn't steal at night, he does it at lunchtime. Gets rid of it to a fence. "But there is no diamond missing from any of the trays, Mr. Browning." I grinned, took an envelope from my pocket, dumped a little dust on the desk. "It's a new twist on the old switch technique, Mr. Wickerson. He prepares a spun glass imitation diamond, substitutes it for the one he plans to steal. The imitation looks good under the glaring light of your showcase, unless you watch, as I did, for imitations. Then, that evening, inside the vault, he takes the imitation jewel out, just as he slips the tray under the shelf. He drops the imitation, grinds it under his heel, and what have you got? Just a little dust on the floor. Well, we got a confession, of course, though we didn't need it, since the dust analyzed as glass particles, and we'd caught him with a real stone in his pocket. Like I said, sometimes the very toughest cases are the easiest, if you know enough to look at the evidence right under your own feet.
In a moment, we'll have the mystery quiz question. The sponsor's second commercial is heard at this point. Calling All Detectives for the first time cleverly combines two surefire forms of radio entertainment: the mystery story and the telephone quiz. Finally, we offer an open-end program with a plus value.
Usually you drop in the commercials, and that's where sponsor identification ends. In Calling All Detectives, there's an opportunity for added local identification through ad-lib dialogue during the telephone quiz portion of the show. Well, time now for the Seeley Mystery Quiz, and that means cash prizes coming up if the right answers pay off. Let's see now. For our first call tonight, we'll go to the west side section and call the Kedzie Exchange. K-E-3-1-4, and a couple more. Now, if the listener we phone can answer the question about tonight's story, he or she will earn a Seeley Toughless Inner Spring mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Seeley Mystery Quiz question, now worth $1,220. It's still ringing. No answer yet. Maybe they're out shopping for a Seeley. Oh, hello. This is Larry Leroy of the Seeley Calling All Detectives radio program on WGN. May I have your name and address, please? Mrs. Joseph Turner, 3240 West Roosevelt Road. You say you've heard us, Mrs. Turner? Well, good. Your phone number is Kedzie31429. Thank you. Now, if you can answer my question about tonight's story, you'll earn a world-famous Seeley Toughless Inner Spring mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Seeley Mystery Quiz question, now worth $1,220 in cash. Are you ready? I'll try, she says. All right, Mrs. Turner. In tonight's story, what was the name of the company that made Mr. Wickersham's vault? And try to give me the answer by the time I spell sleep. S-E-A-L-Y... what? Crack-Proof Safe Company. Right you are, and you win that Seeley mattress, and hold on now, you also get a crack at Seeley's giant jackpot, $1,220 in cash. Want to hang up now? She says no. Okay, madam, sit down, relax, and think hard for hard cash. Now, what was the first name of Mr. Hyde in the famous novel Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? 10 seconds to answer, ma'am, and I'll tell you by spelling Seeley twice. S-E-A-L-Y-S-E-A. You say Mr. Hyde's first name was Edward. Well, don't hide that answer because it's as white as Seeley, and you win $1,220 cash. What's it? It's a half year's pay. Wonderful. Now let's check your name and address again so our Seeley secretary can shoot that check to you fast. Mrs. Joseph Turner, 3240 West Roosevelt Road. Right? Right. And you were so right, you're richer tonight by $1,220. Seeley dollars, Mrs. Turner. You won that Seeley mattress, too, so now you can go to bed nights absolutely sure that sleeping on a Seeley is like sleeping on a cloud. Congratulations, ma'am. Pleasant dreams and happy bank account. Oh, is she excited. Well, friends, since Mrs. Turner won our Seeley Mystery Quiz, we'll start another question tomorrow night. If the person we telephone answers the question taken from tomorrow's Calling All Detectives story, he or she will win a famous Seeley Toughless Inner Spring mattress and a chance to shoot for the new cash prize, which will start tomorrow at $20 and build $20 more every program, so somebody answers both questions and wins the Seeley mattress and the cash. Now get this advance tip. The new Seeley Mystery Quiz question, starting with tomorrow's program, will be, what was the name of the theater near which gangster John Dillinger was shot? Remember, the answer is worth $20 cash tomorrow night, and we add $20 more every night till someone collects. So to cash in, be sure to tune in, Calling All Detectives, a Jerry Jock feature transcribed with Paul Barnes in the role of Jerry Browning.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney's dream is to find an eyewitness to the commission of a crime. But sometimes the dream can turn out to be a nightmare that helps the criminal instead of exposing him. This case started on a Friday morning, just a few minutes before 9 a.m.
All right, Carty, let's go over it once more.
We've been over it 20 times, Fallon. Let's get it done.
I ain't taking a chance on you making any mistakes.
I ain't making no mistakes. Think I want to go back to that pen again? Look, I've been casing this place ever since I got out.
You sure there's no guard?
Guard. In a check cashing joint, nobody but the two tellers and the crummy alarm system.
If either of them moves for an alarm, start blasting.
All right. Hey, how are we going to hide out afterwards?
You leave that to me. Been working on a railroad section gang, laying new tracks. It's 30 miles out of town, and they're short-handed. If I can get the gang boss to take you on.
Hey, that's good, Fallon.
Yeah. Nobody's going to expect to find two guys with 15 grand driving spikes on a railroad.
Hey, the armored car is pulling away now, Fallon.
Good. Now, the boys inside will have enough money to cash that check. Park right in front of the place and leave it running.
Right.
Keep me covered while I cash this check.
Yeah. Bet they never cashed a check like that one before.
Shut up. I'd like to cash this. Just read it, mister, and do like it says. Don't even open your mouth.
And don't stare at us. You heard him.
You've got 5 seconds, mister. Put the money in the...
Hey, he stepped on the alarm.
That's the last thing you'll ever step on.
Get out of here!
We'll drop anybody who gets in the way. Come on, Carney, get in.
Crowd's gathering already.
They won't hurt us any.
Look out! Car's coming out of that side street.
Let him look out.
You're going to hit!
I'm bleeding. Gotta get out, gotta get away.
Hey, driver, the keys are alive.
You better sit there until an ambulance comes, mister. Your head's cut mighty bad.
Get away from me.
Get back, everybody. He's got a gun. You won't run far.
Hello, Chief. Hello, Hyde. Looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Which one was the bandit car?
The coupe.
Who's in the sedan?
Man and a 5-year-old boy. Both killed.
They take the bodies to General Hospital?
Yeah. Oh, one of the stick-up men was killed, too.
Any trace of the other one?
No. I've got squads doing a house-to-house on the whole area, though.
Who's the registered owner of the coupe?
No, not yet. It's being checked. Probably stolen.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look at it. Blood on both seats. Steering wheel, too. The driver must have gotten a cut on his head or his hand.
He had a gash in his scalp.
Uh-huh. Hit the windshield on this side. A couple of hairs stuck to the jagged edge. Dark brown. Something for the lab to work on.
The corner druggist had a good look at him. Saw the whole thing from the store. Ran out to help. Almost got shot for his trouble.
Is he around?
Yeah, right over there. Oh, Mr. Reba. District Attorney wants to talk to you. All right, let him through, man. Let him through.
Well, too bad there weren't this many police around when this happened.
Well, it's a big city, Mr. Rebar. They do their best. Well, maybe you'd like to help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. Child that got killed used to stop in the store. Father'd give him a penny for bubble gum.
I understand how you feel. I think it tells me you saw the driver of the coupe.
As close as I'm seeing you.
Oh, excuse me, Chief. That sounds like the shortwave on my car radio.
Go ahead. Can you give me a description of the man you saw, Mr. Rebor?
6 feet tall, maybe. Built solid, dressed like a laborer.
Go ahead.
Of course, that could fit 1,000 men, but this one had a couple of gold teeth right in the middle of his mouth.
Gold teeth, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Anything else?
Nothing outstanding, except for a bad cut on his head.
Over and out.
I told your assistant the whole thing.
Was the cut bad enough to need stitching?
Well, we'll have to see a doctor.
Well, that was the report on the coup, Chief. We stole it on the west side during the night or early this morning.
Well, when was it reported? Before or after this happened?
Well, just about the same time, Chief, but the owner is home. He's been there since last night. His story checks out.
Well, we'd better get down to the general hospital. Well, thanks, Mr. Reba. We may be calling upon you again for an identification.
You can get me at the store anytime.
We'll go in my car. Leave yours here. One of the men can drive it in.
Okay. The lab boys are on their way out to count the wrecks in, go over them for fingerprints. Not that we can expect much. Prints on the car could be smeared.
Yes, and even if we do get a clear set, we've still got to find the man who can match them.
This body is the dead hold-up man. Lift the sheet if you want.
Any identification on him yet?
His prints have been taken. They might lead to something. The medical examiner's report has his blood type and other data.
I'd rather have the blood type of the man who got away. You instruct the lab to bring in pieces of the windshield where he cut himself?
Yeah. They'll call us on it.
Doctor say anything about the teller they shot during the holdup?
Yeah, he's still alive, but in a coma. He's up on the third floor. You want to go up?
Might as well while we're waiting for the reports.
Doc doesn't think he's going to live.
Well, he may come around long enough to tell us something.
Look, Chief, before we go up, you want to see the man and the child who were in the sedan? They're right in the next room on their way to the elevator.
All right. Not that they can help us much.
That's the child's mother. Saw at the accident. Happened only a block from her home.
Did you come to see my boy and my husband? Did you know them?
No.
Maybe you ought to go home for a while, ma'am.
Why should I go home? There's nobody there now. He wanted his daddy to be the one to take him to school. He was just being registered. His first day. 5 years old.
You must try not to think about it.
Nothing we can do to help her, Chief.
I know. Better leave her until she cries herself out.
Guy that's responsible for that ought to...
I know.
The elevators are over here. Car coming down now.
All right. We live in the first room there.
Here's the doc now. We're just coming up to see, Doc.
I'm afraid you're too late, Harrington. Mr. Garrett.
Was that the cashier?
Yes, he just died. If you want to come back with me, your lab is bringing in some glass fragments for blood analysis.
Oh, yes. Did he say anything before he died, Doctor?
Just a few words. The man who shot him had gold teeth. Sorry to keep you so long, Mr. Garrett, but it isn't as easy to get a type when the blood is dried.
We understand.
It'll only take a second to make a comparison under the microscope now. Did you kill that overhead light for me, Harrington?
No, sure thing, Doc.
I'll get the focus now. Yeah, that does it all right.
You got it?
Mm-hmm. The man you're looking for is an AB type.
That common?
No, pretty rare, as a matter of fact. About one in... No, excuse me. Hello, Dr. Swift speaking.
This is Mr. Garrett's office, Doctor. Is he there?
Yes, just a minute. For you, Mr. Garrett, your office.
Well, thanks. Yes, Miss Miller?
Mr. Garrett, some reports just came in from the lab, the fingerprint crew.
Now, what is it?
The dead bandit has been identified as John Carney, a known criminal. Served time in several states for armed robbery. No known associates since leaving the penitentiary 3 months ago.
Well, that doesn't help us. What about the prints on the car? Anything?
All the clear prints belong to the owner of the car, with one exception.
Well, what was that?
A full right thumb impression on the cap of the gas tank.
Has it been checked on?
Yes, sir. We had nothing in the criminal file, so we ran it through to Washington by wire photo. We just got the answer. An identification through Army records. A man named Robert Traumer.
Robert Traumer. Any location?
He owns the Midtown service station on Center Street. Do you want to pick up on him?
No. Harrington and I will handle it right away. Thanks.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Looks like we're not going to need that analysis after all, Doctor.
Oh.
I think we found our man.
Good. Where?
Runs a gas station. Come on, Hyde. Let's pick him up.
I'll be with you fellas in a second.
We'll wait.
I gotta get this grease off my hands. Just finished the lube job. We're not worried about your hands as long as we can see them. Hey, what's the idea? What are you frisking me for? Looking for a gun that made a hole in a phone.
Turn around so we can get a better look at you.
You mind if I dry my hands?
Go ahead.
Where were you this morning at 9 o'clock? I was right here working. Why?
You sure you weren't near the Apex check cashing service at 3rd and Grand on the south side?
Of course I was.
Step over this way. Under the light.
Are you going to tell me what this is all about?
Let's see you smile.
But what? You heard him. Smile. Just smile, mister, that's all.
So you were here at 9 o'clock, huh?
I told you.
Those gold teeth say you weren't.
What kind of a gag? Here you shot is dead, Trauma. So is a 5-year-old boy and his father and your partner, John Coney. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't you? Maybe the cut on your head will make you remember.
Cut on my head?
The cut you got when the cars crashed. Take that grease cap off. Let's have a look at it.
Sure, mister. I'll let you look. Well, my cap's off. You see any cut? Either of you?
No. No, Trauma, we don't.
Cheapest. The druggist Reba said he had a deep gash. I don't know what you're looking for, mister, but if the guy has a gash in his scalp, just look again. 'Cause it ain't me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man with gold teeth, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
3 innocent people had been killed in a hold-up attempt and getaway. One of the bandits was dead, but the other was still at large. Eyewitnesses swore that the man we sought had gold teeth and a gash on his scalp. We found a man with gold teeth, but there was no mark of an accident on him. Harrington and I took him to the doctor's office at General Hospital.
What's he going to do with that needle?
Just take your blood type, unless you object. That's your legal right.
Why should I object? I haven't done anything.
All right, let me have your hand. Just going to prick your finger a little.
Go ahead.
Ouch! How long will it take, Doctor? Just a few seconds with a fresh specimen. Give you an answer as soon as the smear's ready. The blood type we're checking you for is a pretty rare one, Crommer. AB.
I told you before, my blood is type O. I know from giving it to the Red Cross.
And if that's true, it eliminates part of your worries. But my assistant is bringing a druggist named Rebar over here. Rebar saw the killer close up.
He didn't see me.
Garrett? Yes, Doctor. There it is. Type AB? No. Type O, like you said.
I told you, didn't I? I never lie.
Come in.
Oh, Chief, I got Rebar out here.
How about it, Crommer?
Bring him in. I've got nothing to hide.
Okay, Harrington.
All right, come on in, Mr. Rebar. Hello, Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Rebar, I'd like you to take a look at this man. Take a good look. And then tell me if you've ever seen him before. How about it, Mr. Rebar?
Mr. Garrett, I'm not sure. After all, the man that got out of the car had a gun in his hand and blood all over his face. All I remember for sure is the gold teeth.
I don't want you to identify him unless you're certain, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now, can you make a positive identification?
No, sir, I can't.
All right, Mr. Rebar. Thank you. You can go.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You've done the right thing.
Well, my blood's the wrong type. I got no cut, and he couldn't identify me. How about letting me go now?
There's still the matter of a fingerprint that is yours, Crommer. I want you to come one more place with us, voluntarily.
Where?
Police garage. The wrecks have been towed in there. I want you to see them. Will you come?
You're not trying to pin this on me, are you?
What do you think?
I'm with you. Let's go.
Recognize this car, Trummer?
Well, I see a dozen black coupes like this every day.
You've seen this one, all right. Your thumbprint proves that.
What?
Right here in the dusting powder on the tank cap.
So I gassed this car at my station, maybe. That's how I make... Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that cap.
Don't touch it now. I'll handle it.
Well, Trummer?
I sold a tank cap like that this morning.
You sure?
Oh, yeah, a big guy in a black coupe. Could have been this car. Maybe I should have known there was something fishy about that guy, though.
Why?
Because he didn't have any money to pay for the gas. Didn't tell me until I filled her up either. She was almost bone dry.
You mean you let him waltz off without paying you?
Well, what could I do? Siphon it out? I made him leave something for security, though.
What?
Well, a hunting knife and sheath he had on his belt. Worth maybe $8 or $9 new.
Did he come back to redeem it?
No. I got it locked in my tool chest back at the station.
We ought to have a look at it, Chief.
We will, as soon as I call the office.
Attorney's office.
Garrett, Miss Miller. Anything come in on that scalp wound yet?
No, sir. We're still checking doctors. The whole telephone and radio division's on it.
That cut was deep. It'll need treatment sooner or later. Ask other counties to cooperate. Spread the search.
Yes, sir.
I'll be at Trommer's, the Midtown service station.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Would you know that man if you saw him again, Trommer?
Well, one customer's face looks like another, but I'd remember him.
He have gold teeth like you?
Oh, that's something I can't tell you. He was chewing a cut of tobacco, talking through it.
Tobacco, huh? Not many men chew tobacco anymore. Unless
what, Chief?
Unless they're doing a kind of work that keeps their hands too busy for smoking.
Well, here it is, the knife. Just like he left it.
Fresh honed and clean as a whistle, Chief. Now, why would anybody be carrying a hunting knife in the city?
More likely to be somebody who worked outdoors, away from town. Let me see that sheath.
Yeah.
Now, look at this.
Hey, initials burned in the leather. B.F.
Too bad he didn't burn in the full name.
Midtown service. Oh, yeah, hold on. It's for you, Mr. Garrett. Your office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, we just got a report. It doesn't seem to be anything, but I thought I'd better call you.
What is it?
A man answering the general description of the one you're looking for had 12 stitches taken in his scalp plate this afternoon.
Where?
Calderville, about 30 miles upstate.
Did you speak to the doctor?
Yes, sir. Calderville Hospital emergency room, but he said it was a compensation case.
What kind of a compensation case?
He said the patient was a workman for the railroad section gang repairing track up in that area.
Well, how'd he get hurt?
Driving spikes. He said one flew up and hit him.
But the man answers our general description.
Yes, sir, except for one thing.
What?
The doctor said he didn't have gold teeth.
I see. Well...
I thought I'd better call you anyhow.
Thanks. Keep working on it.
I will. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes?
Did the doctor give you the man's name?
Yes, sir. It was Fallon. Bud Fallon.
Just a minute. Give me that knife sheath, Harrington.
There you are.
Thanks. Miss Miller, you did say Bud Fallon, didn't you? B as in boy, F as in flag?
That's right, Mr. Garrett.
Then I think we've got our man.
But his teeth aren't gold.
I've got an idea about that, too. Listen, here's what I want you to do. Harrington and I are leaving for Coderville immediately. I want you to call that doctor back.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to dig out the swabs used in treating that wound on Fallon's scalp. If he can find the right ones, I want a blood analysis made. We'll pick it up when we get there.
Yes, sir, right away.
Goodbye. Thanks, Trummer. Come on, Harrington.
Is the guy we want in Calderville, Chief?
In it or near it. He's working on a railroad section gang.
That fits what you said about the knife. Guy working outdoors.
Chewing tobacco, too. Man with a sledgehammer in his hands doesn't have much time for smoking.
But what about the gold teeth?
He hasn't got gold teeth. Never did have. It was a disguise he dreamed up when he stopped at Trommer's for gas. Trommer's teeth caught his attention and gave him an idea. Mighty good one, too. It almost saved his neck.
But how? How did he do it?
That's the one thing we've got to find out.
It'll be dark when we get to Coderville.
Not as dark as Fallon would like it to be.
Yeah, the railroad work cars now.
Oh.
Section boss said Fallon bunks in the next to the last one. Dark.
The caboose isn't. Probably use it for a recreation car. Card games, things like that.
Anyone try there first?
No. Too many men in there. Somebody might get hurt. We'll wait in his bunk car.
Yeah, it should be this one.
Yeah.
Watch out. Big step up.
Yeah, I see it. Got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Let's have a look around.
Yeah. Sleeps about a dozen. I wonder which bunk is Fallon's.
I don't know. Here. Throw the light over here.
What?
Here on the bunk post.
B.F. Likes to put his initials on everything, don't he?
Yeah, this must be his footlocker.
Yeah, it ain't locked.
No.
Gun in there?
No, he'll have it on him. Look at this, though.
What are they?
A couple of plugs of chewing tobacco.
Wrapped in gold foil.
Sure. He tore off a piece of this gold foil after he saw trauma. Put it over his front teeth like this.
No wonder we got a description the way we did.
One thing he couldn't change was the AB type of blood, though.
Well, what do we do now?
Just sit and wait.
That's enough for me tonight. Deal me out. I don't know what I ever did to deserve such lousy luck. Who's that back of my bunk? That you, Jake? Dominic?
Don't go, Fallon.
Who is it?
Who are we expecting?
We want to talk to you about a check you tried to cash this morning.
You're under arrest, Fallon.
Look out, Keith! Oh, my arm! Get the gun, Charlie. I've got it. Is this the same gun you used to kill the cashier, Fallon?
I never kill anybody.
Ballistics will tell us if you don't, mister.
You'll never get anybody to identify me.
We will when they see you with a piece of this gold foil over your teeth.
I don't have to say anything till I see a lawyer. My arm. I'm bleeding. You gotta get me to a doctor, quick. I already lost a lot of blood from my head.
Don't worry about it, Fallon. You'll be getting a transfusion in no time. It won't take long. We already know your blood type. Come on, Harrington. Let's carry him out. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Bud Fallon was convicted of murder in the second degree and 3 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he was killed in a fight when he attacked another prisoner with a knife. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Against Alcatraz, 7th circle of hell, where 200 devilish minds seethe with but a single thought, where a lifetime is not too long to plot, but at which honest men can look and safely say, leave every hope behind, ye who enter here.
Now, tonight's Gangbusters case.
A special presentation. Inside Facts, dramatized on the Battle of Alcatraz.
Just 1 week ago, the law-abiding citizens of America, slowly recovering from 4 long years of war, were shocked to hear of a new battle on a 12-acre island in San Francisco Bay. The Battle of Alcatraz.
Alcatraz, so named in 1775 by the Spanish settlers of California, Isla de Alcatrazes, the island of the Pelican, a heap of rocks jutting up into the Golden Gate, a mile and a half northeast of San Francisco's famous waterfront district.
For nearly 100 years, the island of the Pelicans has been a prison. First, as disciplinary barracks for military offenders of the United States Army. For the last 13 years, the place of confinement selected by the United States Department of Justice for discipline, segregation, punishment of the most desperate and hopelessly incorrigible criminals. For 280 convicts, the Rock is the last stop before hell.
Last week, there was trouble on the Rock.
5 dead, 16 wounded.
Was the revolt of the nation's most desperate criminals spontaneous? Was it the result of a moment's opportunity, or was it the result of years of meticulous planning?
4 years ago, in the summer of 1942, at another federal penitentiary on McNeil Island in the state of Washington, a veteran convict, a notorious dealer in accurate grapevine information, walked up to a guard who was on duty in the prison kitchen.
You better get back to slicing those apples, Tom.
Yeah, sure, but can I say a word to you, mister?
Okay. What is it?
Hey, look. I got the dope. You're up for a transfer to Alcatraz. You're going to be a guard on the Rock.
So what?
You're headed for trouble.
What gives you that idea?
I wouldn't be telling you, except you've been a pretty square guy with us cons. So maybe I can do you a favor. Don't take the job on the Rock, mister.
No? Why not?
Don't take it, that's all. There'll be a big break there. It'll be a long time coming, but when it does, it'll be a regular massacre.
A massacre? Don't make me laugh.
A massacre on the Rock? Impossible.
Alcatraz is escape-proof. Silent at all times in the cell house. Cell bars of tool-proof alloys. Photoelectric cells that detect even the smallest pin. Machine guns. Concrete walls. A 20-foot cyclone fence topped with barbed wire. Then the water. A mile of treacherous tidal current. You see? Alcatraz is escape-proof.
What makes you think so, Bud? Let me tell you something. That con up at McNeil Island has the right dope.
You ought to get a knife between the ribs for cracking his yet.
Shut up, will you? I'm telling this guy something.
Okay.
You see, this big building is right next to the water. We figure once we get out and take care of the tower guards, we'll have our pick of the boats at the dock.
Oh, you're wasting your time. No one escapes from Alcatraz. You couldn't even begin.
Wasting our time, huh? We got lots of it to waste. What's time? And where could we begin? Show him the handkerchief.
Yeah, here it is.
You got a handkerchief? Got a little rag. That's what we'll use to crank out of Alcatraz. That's what'll whip your machine guns and the steel bars and the electric eyes. We'll tie a knot in the handkerchief. We'll use it to reach through the bars and pick up a pair of pliers from a workman's kit.
Oh, it'll take time, lots of time. But we got plenty of time.
And with the pliers, we loosen some plumbing. And when we get ready to use the pipes, we put them all together with the pliers.
And we got a nice little gadget that spreads bars like they was paper.
Also a nice little gadget to pop some guards over the skull.
Okay. But here's how we got it figured. You see, this big cell house has 4 cell blocks. A, B, C, and D, running the whole length of the building. Now, the only guy with guns is a guard that walks in what they call a gun gallery. And this gun gallery runs across the end of the cell house. It's really a catwalk stuck on the end of the building, but separated from the cell tiers by iron bars. Well, this guard walks back and forth in the gun gallery looking things over. We take care of this guard, sitting pretty.
Don't forget about the gun.
Yeah. This guard is always carrying a rifle, a sweet little .45 automatic. Now, Bernie Coy and another con got the job sweeping up the corridors between the cell block and the gun gallery. Once in a while, Coy manages to climb up and give the bars of the gun gallery a little spread so they can squeeze through. Now, the idea is get the guns and stick up the floor guards who got no guns. And it's all set. I guess it's around 2 in the afternoon that they're going to squeeze through and lay for this guard.
It was a tight squeeze, Coy. I didn't think you'd make it. I did, didn't I? Boy, if I'd been waiting for this. As soon as the guard passes, I'll grab him, slug him, and I'll grab his guns. Shh, he's coming. Now, hey, slug him, right? I'll get the cell block keys and let you other guys out. I got the keys. Get his guns, too. We're going to make it all right. I'll let Trust and you other guys out. Okay, come on.
Shut up, you guys. Shut up. Okay, we'll get the key to the outside door.
Tell me how, Quincy. The thing's cooked, I say.
All right. We counted on this guard having the key to let us outside the cell house. Okay, he didn't. But we got his guns and we got a fighting chance.
Well, I ain't giving up. Me neither. Okay. On, would you? How do we like it?
All right. Make some noise so you and the other guards will come running. They won't expect nothing.
Yeah, one of them ought to have the outside keys.
A dozen or more dangerous criminals now have the appetizer to their meal of freedom. They are out of their cells and armed. But without the keys to the outside door, their chances of full freedom are hopeless, and they know it. In the meantime, the 4 o'clock shift of guards is in a locker room in the same building adjacent to the troubled cell tiers. Changing into their uniforms, about to go on duty. These relief guards who carry no guns have no idea that a score or more desperate convicts are free and armed on the other side of the heavy steel door.
Hold it, fellas. Huh? Quiet. Just a minute. What's that, Harry? Shh. Hear that noise through the door? Yeah, from the cell block. Yep. Come on. Let's have a look. All right. I'll get the door. Hey, it's quieted down. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Hey, look. This first cell. It's empty. Hey, watch it. They're loose. Right into the cell. Oh, they got me again. All right. The rest of you. I'm dead.
Open that cell door, Coy. Okay. If those guards got the keys. How you guys start searching them?
They all look dead.
Well, search them. If we're getting out, we need those keys.
Hey, here's one still kicking.
Let me add him. Hey, you. Give me the keys to the outside.
I have no keys.
Oh, you haven't. That's for not having the keys, and this is for nothing.
Hey, Crescent.
Yeah?
The other guys ain't got no keys either.
Huh? Looks like we're cooked, guys.
Maybe we've got to call it quits.
Well, what do the rest of you guys say?
No quit.
Okay, we fight it out. We can't get out one way, we'll take the other, right?
Oh, I'm with you, Crescent.
Head up, boy, Thompson. Who else?
Me.
Okay. Let's think this out a little.
Warden, United States Penitentiary, Alcatraz Island. To the United States Navy, Coast Guard, and San Francisco Police Department. Serious trouble has broken out. Convicts are armed and at large in the cell house. I have issued a riot call and placed armed guards at strategic locations. Most of our officers are imprisoned in the cell house. 3:18 p.m.
To the Commandant, San Francisco Naval Base. Subject, Alcatraz Riot. 1. Dispatch immediately 1 company U.S. Marines to assist Warden, United States Penitentiary, Alcatraz Island. 2. Assign all available patrol craft to surround and maintain constant vigilance, Alcatraz Island. Signed, Commandant, 12th Naval District.
All Thursday night, May 2nd, the traces of the attackers and the ping of bullets of the besieged streak the sky over the Golden Gate. The battle rages without let-up. Residents of San Francisco line the waterfront to see firsthand what they had heard in the special broadcasts and in the papers. People throng in fascination, for death is the label on each of the bullets which line the sky in blood red. On the great Golden Gate Bridge, a sailor and his girl edged to the railing.
What are those red streaks? Fireworks?
Those are the bullets, baby. Tracer bullets.
Gee, there are a lot of them. I don't understand it. If they haven't got a chance, what are those convicts fighting for?
I don't know, baby. They probably figure they'll get electrocuted or something anyhow, so maybe they'd rather do it this way.
I wonder who they are.
Not very nice to know. I guarantee you that.
You know, I feel kind of sorry for them. Well, anyway, all those tracer bullets and everything. It's pretty.
Yes, young lady, very pretty. And who are the men? Those prisoners of other men, decent men? Who are those convicts trying to blast their way to a freedom that could mean nothing but more violence and more bloodshed? Those men for whom you feel kind of sorry. Listen.
Joseph Paul Kretzer, murder. They also robbed banks, 15 or 16. I forget which.
Myron Edgar Thompson. I killed a cop.
Morris Franklin Harvey. Me, I shot a cop, too. Kidnapped another one.
Bernard Paul Coy. I'm on the route for robbing a bank. This is my 4th time over. Lawrence Kahn, murderer, kidnapper.
Sam shot me. Kidnapper, bank robber, escape artist.
Those are 6 of the men. 6 of the ringleaders. 6 desperate killers. The list of 280 Alcatraz convicts recalls murder, bank robbery, kidnapping with each name. High up the list, and the murderer of Alcatraz guard William H. Miller stands
Joseph Paul Kretzer, Alcatraz, number 548.
wanted on warrants charging more than a dozen bank robberies. Kretzer and a woman companion sped through the streets of Michigan City, Indiana on the early morning of June 7th, 1939.
Aren't you going to make a run for it?
Me, run from the cops?
You're not going to let him take you.
Give me that gun.
I get it. Here he comes.
Let's go, baby.
Right. Do you think you killed him?
I don't know and I don't care. Every cop we meet is going to learn the same thing. So Kretzer's one guy, they're never going to stop.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation traced Kretzer through acquaintances of this gun moll to an apartment on Chicago's North Side and arrested him. He was sent to McNeil Island Penitentiary for 25 years. A year or so later, he escaped, but was recaptured. With his accomplice, Kretzer was in the anteroom of federal court in Tacoma, awaiting trial for escape.
I'll be here for us in a minute, Kyle.
Yeah, Kretzer?
Look, I ain't going back to no solitary.
Yeah?
There'll be 2 of them. You take one and I'll take the other. Go for the guns.
Hey, look, Kretzer, that's suicide.
So what? It's better than rotting away the rest of your life.
Okay, I'm with you.
They're coming.
All right, Chester. All right, let's go.
Okay, don't rush.
Now, George! Hey, get him! They got no guns. All right, let's go. Right!
Sir and his companion got only to the end of the corridor. There they were subdued by other federal officers. The United States Marshal, struck down by Kretzer, was killed by a blow to the head. Thus, Joseph Paul Kretzer came to Alcatraz for life, for murder.
Bernard Paul Coy, number 415.
I'm Coy. I'm a bank robber who doesn't like being caught. They sent me to Leavenworth for 25 years. They expect me to sit down and wait those 25 years. I showed those guys I was too tough for Leavenworth.
Thus, Bernard Paul Coy came to Alcatraz.
Marvin Franklin Hubbard, number 645.
I'm Hubbard. I broke out of prison 3 times in Oklahoma and Idaho. The last time a cop tried to stop us near Chattanooga, Tennessee. Instead of the cop taking us in, we took the cop along. Then we ran into a bunch of cops. I shot one, but they nabbed us.
Thus, Marvin Franklin Hubbard came to Alcatraz.
Myron Edgar Thompson, number 729.
I'm Thompson. I killed a cop, I kidnapped 3 people, and I broke out of jail 8 times. You're Blackie Thompson? Well, he was a Texas bad man. He was my brother, see? The cops at Amarillo got him. I hate Amarillo cops.
Yes, Myron Thompson claimed Blackie Thompson as his brother and swore vengeance on the Amarillo police. About a year ago, shortly after his last jailbreak, Thompson and a companion were driving toward Amarillo.
See that curve right ahead there?
Yeah, what about it, Thompson?
Right there is where my brother Blackie Thompson was killed by the Amarillo cops.
Yeah?
Yeah. They shot the tires off his car. He jumped out, but the cops mowed him down. Had 30 slugs in him. Laying right there. I hate cops. But I hate Amarillo cops most. And one of them's in for the surprise of his life.
Standing by our car, Thompson.
He's a cop, all right. An Amarillo cop. Hey, just keep going. We'll walk right up to him.
Just a moment, you two.
Oh, he's speaking to us?
You strangers here in Amarillo, aren't you?
Sure.
This your car?
Well, we borrowed it from a friend.
Got stolen plates on it.
Oh, yes?
Turn around.
I got no gun.
We'll see about that.
Hey, see, I told you.
Yeah. Let's go up to headquarters anyway. Answer a few questions.
Okay. Anything you say.
Headquarters only up about 3 blocks.
Amarillo seems to be a pretty good little town.
Yeah, there's nice folks in this town.
This is a pistol in your ribs, copper.
Where'd you get that gun?
I got it, that's all. And I hate Amarillo cops. I got the wheel. Good. I'll sell them out, Cotton.
Look, he dumped it right in front of the police station.
Hey,
I thought he searched you.
Yeah, he did. He didn't find that pistol. Go on, give it a gas.
Yeah.
Well, Amarillo cop kills Blackie, and I kill an Amarillo cop.
A short time later, Myron Edgar Thompson kidnapped a young woman and 2 servants and transported them across the New Mexico state line where he was apprehended. Thus, Myron Edgar Thompson came to Alcatraz. Those are the ringleaders, the desperate criminals who control most of the inside of Alcatraz's impregnable cell house, armed with a variety of weapons.
200-odd prisoners not participating in the revolt are herded into the prison yard under the guard of the machine guns of the United States Marines. Navy and Coast Guard boats patrol the island.
Navy. See the world. Yeah, and look at us. We circle Alcatraz so many times I'm dizzy already. And you'd think those cons would have better sense. God, they know they ain't got a chance. Yeah, they remind me of the Japs, in a way. Yeah? Oh, there they go again. Oh, look at these traces. Take my word for it, I'm glad I'm not up on that rock. I had enough people shooting me the last 4 years.
Thursday night, 7:35 p.m. Prisoners continue to hold possession. 2 guards wounded in attempt to storm stronghold.
Friday, 4:35 a.m. Special load of fragmentation bombs and other modern warfare equipment arrives in Alcatraz Island from Benaces Arsenal. Guards launch vigorous assault.
By mid-morning on Friday, the entrenched convicts are still holding out. The order is given to drill holes in the roof of the cell house over cell block D, built as escape-proof, but conversely, proving attack-proof. Through the roof, Alcatraz guards and Pacific veterans of the United States Marine Corps drop hand grenades.
Getting pretty hot, boys. Yeah, I told you we shouldn't go through here.
Yeah, but it's better than the electric chair.
Say that again, Trevor. Hey, outside the window.
Speed on him.
Good shot. Hey, that grenade was close. So close.
The battle continues with varying intensity all Friday night. But Saturday morning dawns quietly over Alcatraz.
The lull continues. It is deathly still.
Shortly after noon, Saturday, May 4th, it is decided to storm the bastion. Armed guards, some flown in from Leavenworth and McNeil Island. Volunteers from San Quentin approach a steel door. None knows what inferno awaits him on the other side of that steel door.
All right. Open it up.
Right. When they start shooting, men, jump for cover.
Let's go.
Guns ready.
There's one. Drop.
He's not moving.
I'll crawl up to him. It's Kretzer. He's dead.
There's 2 more dead. Hey, stop! Wait for us! We give up! We give up! No, we give up! We surrender! We surrender!
Quiet, all of you. All right, march out of here with your hands over your head. And then when you try the trick, you'll get shot. Now, come out.
Thus ends the Battle of Alcatraz.
Casualties. 5 dead. 16 seriously wounded. The dead, William H. Miller, guard.
Lieutenant Harold P. Stites, guard.
Joseph Paul Kretzer, convict.
Bernard Paul Coy, convict.
Marvin Franklin Hubbard, convict.
At least 3 other convicts face execution on charges of murder.
A week later, Alcatraz Island, an establishment of the United States government for the confinement and punishment of the most dangerous criminals, with no attempt at rehabilitation, is quiet.
Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production.
Matt Nagel inviting you to stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail.
another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Kenneth Banghart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail. Adventures in the Middle East, eh, Conrad? That's right, Ken. Story of a strange adventure in the Syrian desert along the ancient caravan trail to Cathay. An interesting story, and a very strange ending. Our first act curtain will rise in a few moments after this very important message.
Here's a word about the vital job young women are doing in the United States Air Force. Women in the Air Force work on equal terms with the men, are doing interesting jobs of vital importance in the support of the United States Air Force. How about you young women between the ages of 18 and 34? Can you qualify in the WASP? Stop in at your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station for full details.
And now, with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Wentworth, your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, Journey Eastward. The man named Wentworth sought after adventure as the greedy man seeks gold. He sought it in strange schemes, outlandish enterprises in the known and little-known corners of the earth. What he sought, he found with unerring accuracy. For to those with an eye and a heart for it, adventure is no will-o'-the-wisp. Like a patient friend, it awaits your call. Hold that into the map, Holly. Sure. There, now put those types in the corners. Good.
I might have known. Syrian desert.
From the Mediterranean to the Iranian border. I cut the rest off. It's of no use in this.
Well, all right. What have you got in mind?
This line running from Damascus to the lake at Habanaya and down the Tigris to Basra is the old caravan route. For thousands of years, this was the overland link between the east and the west. You see, trade was carried on by...
You don't have to lecture me, Wentworth. I've heard of the court of Kubla Khan and Marco Polo, too.
Well, would you care to join me in his footsteps?
I've driven across all the desert.
Hey, who said anything about driving?
You want to fly?
What kind of an undertaking would that be, Holly? You don't think I came to Damascus and had you come all the way up from Cairo to propose a flight to Basra?
Doesn't seem likely, does it? I'll be quiet.
Good. This is a journey of approximately 1,200 miles through country, as you well know, mean and rugged as any you can name. Once upon a time, it was done on camel and on foot. I'm planning to arrange a similar caravan of my own. Now, care to come along?
Hey, you don't let a man down, do you, Wentworth? A caravan to Basra, eh? How many camels? How many of it?
Oh, say a dozen camels, a dozen men.
Gotten from where? Most people would think you're mad.
Money is an excellent cure for madness. You remember Namar?
Don't tell me that old cutthroat hasn't gone to paradise.
Oh, several times. But when they wouldn't let him in, he came back. He's arranging the details, getting the men.
What kind of men?
I'm not particular as long as they'll join me. Now, what about you?
You think I'd miss this? Do we dress as the Bedouins of old?
We do. Our only difference will be that we go well armed. Some of the tribes out there aren't exactly friendly.
When do we start?
Well, not tonight.
Effendi.
Namora, come in here. Well?
It was not a simple task, Effendi.
To find 9 men, it took 3 days?
No man on this earth could have done it in less.
Especially if they spent 2 days in the Kasbah drinking rookie.
Oh, by Allah, I swear it is not so. Even gold would not tempt strong men in this venture.
Your friends don't like the idea of walking to Basra?
If I may speak as an unworthy one, they say any man who would make such a journey, especially at this time of the year, must have snakes in his head.
But you finally found 9 men willing to forget what they think if they clink of gold.
There are always such dogs to be found if one looks in the...
Where are they?
In the courtyard, Effendi.
What about camels?
I have procured 12 of the best. Each one I examined carefully.
You remember Effendi Holly?
Like my palm.
He goes with us.
He will make you a good right arm.
Well, let's have a look.
Effendi is displeased.
Namara, where in the name of Allah did you find these children of hell?
They do not look pretty, but they will do as you say.
Yeah. I've seen some rather rare specimens in my day, but these 9 beauties top everything. What jail did you get them out of?
But how did Effendi know that?
You mean you... Oh, all right, Namara, let's have it. And no funny business.
Why, I could find no one, not one brave man in all the city who would agree to go. I became desperate. I did not wish to fail you. One of my cousins is a keeper at the jail. I made an arrangement. I paid for the release of these men, and they in turn agreed to go with us.
And just as soon as we get out of sight of the city, cut our throats.
Oh, I swear by the beard of the prophet, they will behave, Effendi.
Wait till Holly sees his traveling companions. Do they understand Arabic or any language?
You know something? I think if you, Namara, and myself made this trek by ourselves, we'd have a much better chance of reaching Basra in one piece.
You mean you don't think these nice, brave gentlemen are to be trusted?
Joke all you want. They outnumber us 3-1. You think because you got them out of jail, they'll do as you say once we're in the desert?
If we persuade them.
During the day, maybe. The 3 of us armed to the teeth. But what about the night?
It will be dark and dangerous. Have a little confidence in me, Holly.
Well, actually, what do you need them for, anyway?
You ought to know the answer to that. Protection, should we be attacked.
Give them guns and they'll turn on you.
Thought you enjoyed a bit of chance, Holly. Don't want to back out, do you?
Well, you know better than that.
All right, then. Climb aboard your rocking horse. You and Namara will hold down the rear. I'll lead. Namara! Let's get moving. Well, Holly, here's to a pleasant journey eastward. Namara! Holly! Don't let them straggle! Keep closed up!
Another day. This infernal wind, doesn't it ever stop?
They grumble much, Effendi, but it is to be expected of sons of jackals.
We should be passing south of Sabah in another day. We'll have to watch them carefully then. Namara, you think my speaking to them did any good?
This unworthy one could not be a judge. They listen to your words, Effendi.
I think it'll be better if 2 of us watch while the others sleep.
I think we're going to have some callers. Yes? Get over to those bales, Holly, quick. Namara, over there. Keep me covered. I'll handle this. Hold it. Right there. Now, by Allah, what's the meaning of this? Well, speak up, you scum of the gutters.
Effendi, to the north lies Sabah. We would go there and leave you in peace.
You speak for all?
It is so.
And naturally you want camels.
We are weary and would ride.
And if I refuse you?
This unworthy one would not deem it wise.
Be quiet, Namara. Now, listen. When you were freed from prison where you all would have rotted out your miserable, misbegotten lives, you agreed to make this trip.
The way is long. The wind is cruel. And we have changed our minds.
You would break your word?
We would go in peace.
You mean in pieces? Look out, he's got a knife! Watch the others. I'll tend to this. All right. Now, this is my word. Mark it well, you offscourings of the devil. Obey me in what I say and what I do, or die. That's your choice. Now, pick him up and get back to your fires before my wrath runs over. Then I'll leave you all here to rot.
Country's getting more rugged.
Yeah, sea of arid wasteland. Ugly, desolate.
Dangerous.
Limbo. Glad you came along?
Well, wouldn't have missed it for the world. Sometimes over the wind, I think I can hear the echoes of other caravans that pass this way. Tinkle of camel bells. Shouts of delight.
You're a romantic.
Of course, you're not.
And you have very good ears.
Our charger seems to have quieted down. Perhaps they've become resigned to it all.
Yeah, don't you believe it. They're just waiting for the right moment. Right now, they won't make a move because they'd be afraid of getting lost. But wait till we reach by our
Namara! Get into those rocks! Don't let them run! Figures are up on that ridge line. Spread out! Spread out!
Holly, return that fire.
I'd say we were in a bit of a mess.
I'd have to agree. And they got us nicely pinned down.
Who are they?
Who knows? We know they don't like it.
Waiting for nightfall, eh?
Suppose so.
Keep your head down, man.
The Lara's over there in those rocks with what's left of our traveling
Yes, I
companion.
know. As soon as it gets dark, we'll try to join forces. Holly, look at that sky.
It's getting awfully dark, but it's only 3 o'clock.
I have a feeling our friends up there on the ridge have moved on.
Just because they've grown quiet? Maybe that's what they want you to think.
I said look at the sky. Ever been through a sandstorm?
Namara! What do you make of it?
Holly, pull that thing up over your nose and come on. We got to try and get together before this thing hits.
What about the men?
They're not there, I tell you. It's getting so dark they couldn't see us anyway.
Namara! We're coming over to you. Hold your fire.
Holly, grab hold of my belt.
Right, look. Like a big black tidal wave.
Run, man, run.
We better get into those rocks. Can't stand up.
Keep your head down. I think that...
Look out for the lights there. Quick, look out. You're going over. Westward! Conrad Nagel, starring in the role of Wentworth in the proudly we hail production Journey Eastward, will return in just a moment for the second act.
Here's a word to young women. Have you considered the opportunities that can be yours by enlisting in the WAF, the Women in the Air Force? There are numerous chances for advancement in the United States Air Force. You're needed right now to do an important job in administration, in radio, in the medical service, or perhaps as an interpreter. There are hundreds of other interesting fields, too. So visit the United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station in your neighborhood to get all the details. Do it today.
You are listening to Proudly We Hail. And now with your star, Conrad Nagel, in the role of Wentworth, we present the second act of Journey Eastward.
What happened? Where am I?
You must not try to rise. Lie still and rest.
What? Well, who are you? How did I get here?
Please. Please. You are tired and hurt. We shall watch you well.
Oh, there was a storm. They took us by surprise.
Sleep now. You will be stronger later.
You must be the goddess Ishtar, and I must be dead. Oh, dreaming. I just can't figure it out, Namara. Absolutely no trace of him at all.
As though he vanished from the earth.
But I was with him. I saw him fall. He went off that low ledge. That means he must have landed right about here.
And if he wandered out there into the desert, Effendi?
He wouldn't do that. How could he in that wind?
Those who attacked us may have found him.
The only answer. Where could they have taken him?
I know not, Effendi. I only know we must leave this place and go to Bir Ara, or these jackals will turn on us and leave our bones here.
Namara, Wentworth was my friend. I just can't pick up and go because we've got a bunch of cutthroats waiting to turn on us. If you want to go, you go ahead. But I'm staying here to look for Wentworth as long as my water lasts. Tell the others they can go. Let them take the camels. Tell them if they're not on their way by sundown, I'll shoot the lot of them.
Effendi, Wentworth was also my friend. I shall search with you, though I know the task will be fruitless, and the danger is great that those who attack us will come again.
Good. Maybe if they can come back. We can get them to take us to Wentworth.
Allah is compassionate. Allah is wise. But if they return, it will not be to take us anywhere, but to kill us.
You have eaten well?
Oh, yes. Yes. Who are you?
I am Star.
Star. Was it your tribe that attacked us?
Attacked you? That is strange talk for one who was taken from the jaws of death.
Oh, thanks. What happened to Holly and the mob?
You are not of this land. What are you called?
My name is Wentworth. What do you say we stop beating around the bush?
Wentworth. That is an odd name.
You might say the same for you. What are you planning to do? Hold me for ransom?
You are rude. We are protectors of the caravan. We hold no one for ransom.
Protectors of the... Are you kidding?
I don't understand your speech.
I admit my Persian's not so good and my Arabic is worse. You don't speak English, do you?
I have heard of the tongue, but I do not speak it. You are from far away place?
America. I'm an American.
Where is that? How would you say it? America?
On the moon.
Oh, that could not be. Are your people worshippers of Astarte?
No. No, we play the Ouija board.
I don't understand you.
Well, look, maybe you can understand this. I'm grateful to you for being rescued. The last thing I remember before I woke up was falling off a ledge after the storm hit. Now, I want to know what happened to the others in my party. I want to get out of here and join them.
We know nothing of the rest of your caravan. They must have perished in the storm. We found only you and brought you to our encampment. Now, I think you better rest.
Is my leg broken?
Yes, but Agalia has joined it, and it will grow strong again. When the next caravan comes, we shall send you on your way.
Well, as we say on the moon in America, sweetheart, you take the cake. Sarah, how long have I been here?
I have not marked a day.
You know, there's something dreamlike about this whole thing. This place doesn't seem real. And you don't either.
I am real. Wentworth of the strange town.
Yeah, that's another thing. Your way of talking is archaic. Sometimes it's difficult to understand what you're saying. And another thing. What's a girl like you doing out in the middle of nowhere? Doesn't your tribe ever move?
Move? Why should we move? When the caravans pass, we see to their needs.
Caravans? What caravans, Sarah? No caravans pass here.
When you fell, you must have hurt your head also. When my father returns...
Your father? Is he the leader of this tribe?
He is Shadu, the leader of the encampment. And in his absence, I have taken his place.
Where's he? Out arranging for my ransom?
You should not speak so. Why do you hurt me with your sharp words? They are like barbs. He is in Babylonia to see...
What? He is where?
I shall not speak with you if you shout at me.
Oh, now look, Clara. This encampment, this watering hole. What do you call it?
Guardia.
Guardia. I've never heard of it. Wasn't marked on my map.
Then you had a poor map. Every traveler east or west knows of Guardia.
You don't say. Well, when do you expect your father from Babylonia?
Soon. I know not when.
Yes, I know. On the next caravan west.
Perhaps. And now I must bid you good night. Sleep well, strange man from the moon.
Look, Wentworth, old man, I think it's time you
you get out of here before you go stark raving mad or one of these fine people gets tired of waiting for Papa and cuts your throat.
There. Easy does it now.
The water bags are filled. This steak will have to do for a cane. Not going to be a pleasant walk. I'll head south to the pipeline. So, farewell, Tower of Guardia. Sorry I couldn't stay around and listen to more of your beautiful double talk. Now, Wentworth, start walking.
Wait. Effendi Halley.
No matter, they found him. He's alive. He's alive, man.
Of whom does the Effendi speak?
Wentworth. He stumbled in out of the desert, one of the pumping stations on the pipeline. They're sending a plane out to fly him back here to Damascus right away.
Allah is merciful. Allah is good. A miracle.
Harvey, will you stop walking up and down like an expectant father? Sorry. Look, I don't care how far-fetched it may sound to you, that's the story. I can all say I'm out of my head, but it's true. It's fantastic. Yeah. Well, the way I have it figured out, they were the bunch that jumped us, but no one approached the authorities for your rent. No, maybe something happened to them. But I don't know. You said she called the place Guardia? That's right. And as soon as I'm able to get up and around, I'm going back there and take her over my knee. Holly? She was a knockout. And smart, too. I can imagine. Look, you seem to doubt my story. No. No, how could I? That's what I want to know. The X-ray showed my leg had been broken in 2 places. But you don't think I said it myself. Then wandered around out there for 2 months while it got better. Of course not. Well, then what's eating you? In your pocket, there was a bracelet. Yeah, that's right. I wanted something to remember her by. Well, what about it? You know how interested I am in things like that. So when you let me take it, I took it to a friend of mine who's an authority on the history of this area. Well, I don't follow you. Why? It had an unusual design. Never seen one like it before. Thought it might be valuable. And was it? Wentworth, he nearly had a stroke. He said it was priceless. Over 1,000 years old. Well, she was priceless, too. But I don't think she was quite that old. Well, that bracelet was probably handed down or stolen or... He wanted to know where I'd gotten it. I told him. Do you know what he told me? Sure, he'd pay anything for it. He told me that Guardia had been a watering hole for the caravans 1,000 years ago. All of them stopped there. Very famous place in its day. Holly, what are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just telling you what he told me. The inscription on the bracelet. You couldn't translate it, could you? No. No, I couldn't make it out. Well, he could. It was written in ancient Persian. It said, Zara, beloved of my heart. And then there was another name he couldn't quite make out. Something like Ardu or, Shardu? Holly. That was her father's name. I just wanted you to know. Yeah. Thanks. Farah Guardia. 1,000 years ago. Well, you tell me the answer, Holly. You tell me. Conrad Nagel will return in just a moment with a word about next week's show.
Who's the smartest woman of the year? Why, the woman who puts on that new blue uniform of the United States Air Force. Smartly tailored, neatly groomed, she's being seen more and more around the nation these days. She's smart in another way, too. She started a great career as a WAF, one of the women in the Air Force working side by side with the men of the Air Force. She wears her Air Force blue proudly, with a sense of personal accomplishment because she's doing a needed job in administration, in radio as a technician or operator, in the medical service as a technician, or in hundreds of other interesting fields. More and more young women, 18 to 34, are finding out that the smart thing to do is to get the complete details at the nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station, to put on the smart blue uniform worn by the women in the Air Force. How about you? Can you qualify?
This has been another program on Proudly We Hail, presented transcribed in cooperation with this station by the United States Army and the United States Air Force Recruiting Service. Proudly We Hail stars Conrad Nagel. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking, and here again is your host and star, Conrad Nagel.
Friends, may we take this opportunity to wish all of you in the audience a hearty, happy New Year, and extend to you all our best wishes for 1952. We hope you'll join us for the coming year for Proudly We Hail over the same station. Our program next week is a strange tale of a strange adventure entitled A Matter of Time. Until then, goodbye.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Pet-Free Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective Sherlock Holmes.
It began on a summer evening in 1906. I'd been for a long walk in the park, I remember, and when I returned to Baker Street and entered our rooms, Holmes looked up at me with a twinkle and spoke.
You look positively glowing with health, Watson.
Well, I had a splendid walk, my dear fellow. You should have come with me. The park was looking particularly beautiful.
Well, old chap, during your absence, I've decided to write another monograph.
Oh, well, what's the subject this time?
Occupational liability to murder. For instance, the mortality rate is naturally high among policemen and detectives. Physicians are murdered with fair regularity, but the murder of a dentist is rare. And who ever heard of a murdered veterinary surgeon?
It's quite true, but what's the occasion for this little homily?
I've been browsing over my newspaper clippings.
Yeah?
You recall ever hearing of a murdered tobacconist, Watson?
No, I can't say that I do.
Oh, why? And yet my clippings inform me that no less than 3 tobacconists have been murdered in the past 6 months, and all the murders have occurred in the same small shop at the east end of London. Now, why do you suppose 3 tobacconists would be murdered in the same shop? Come now, old fellow. Give me a logical solution to the problem, will you?
Well, let me see. You say that the shop's in the east end?
Yes.
Is it near the river?
As it happens, it's on the water's edge.
And supposing the tobacconist shop was the headquarters of a smuggling ring. Perhaps boxes of cigars were unloaded from the dock and brought to the shop cigars containing pearls or opium or something.
Watson, my dear fellow, you're doing splendidly. You must walk in the park more frequently. You're positively scintillating.
Oh, no, you're making fun of
I
me.
assure you I'm not.
You're expecting anyone home?
No, probably a visitor from Mrs. Hudson. Go on with your fascinating theory. Now, why are 3 tobacconists murdered?
Well, because they know too much. Perhaps they demand a share in the profits, so the head of the ring decides to kill them.
Plausible enough, Watson. I really must congratulate you. I can see that I'm very lucky in having a biographer with such a lively imagination.
Thanks very much.
Come in.
That's very nice for you. Imagination. Oh, hello, Stud.
Stud, I'm glad to see you.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Come along, sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Anything remarkable on hand?
No, Mr. Holmes. Nothing very particular.
Then tell me all about it, Lestrade.
Can't hide anything from you, can I, sir? Yes, there is something on my mind, and no mistake.
And it concerns the 3 murdered tobacconists, I see. Splendid.
Now, how the blazes did you know that?
Yes, Holmes, that's pure magic.
Not at all, my dear Watson. It's simple deduction. Observe the 5 cigars peering out of Lestrade's breast pocket. They are of a far superior quality to his usual brand. Obviously, the scene of his latest investigation has proffered certain, well, shall we say, professional perquisites. Am I right, Lestrade?
Of course you are. Careful one, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, I'll stick to my pipe.
Well, how about you, Doctor?
Oh, thank you, Lestrade. By Jove. Coronas.
And now, Inspector, tell me about the murdered tobacconists.
Well, how much do you know about the case?
Oh, just what I've read in the papers.
Well, curiously enough, we were discussing the affair as you walked in, Lestrade.
It's a strange business, gentlemen. I only got hold of the old story today when I had a long talk to young Jack Longworth. He's the owner of the shop.
Oh, in relation to Gerald Longworth, the taller member of Parliament who battled so successfully against the slum clearance bill?
His son, Mr. Holmes. Nice young fellow, too. When his father died, he inherited this shop along with a lot of other property in the East End.
Well, how big a shop is it, Lestrade?
Oh, just a hole in the wall, Doctor. Like all the other shops in that part of London. Young Mr. Longworth tells me he first rents it to a man by the name of George Grillet. He lives there with his daughter Lily and made it quite a nice go out of the shop. 6 months ago, when Jack Longworth was abroad, George Grillet has a stroke and nearly kicks the bucket.
Kicks the what?
He nearly dies, Doctor.
Oh, kicks the bucket. I don't remember that.
And then what happened, Lestrade?
Well, while he's in the hospital, his daughter gives up the lease on the shop. A few days later, an Italian takes it over, and a couple of weeks later, he's found with his throat cut.
Did you investigate that first murder yourself?
No, Mr. Holmes. It seemed like any of a dozen killings we get in that part of London. A shopkeeper cut up, his till emptied, no clues.
Well, who was the next tenant?
A Scotchman. Bloke by the name of Mackintosh. A few weeks after he moved in, the same thing happened to him. That time, I did go down there, but I couldn't find out nothing.
Was robbery again the apparent motive?
Yes, sir. But the killing wasn't the same. He was strangled with a silk scarf.
Silk scarf, eh? And who was the third tenant? The man who was murdered yesterday?
A Hindu fella. A man by the name of Mukherjee. He takes it over a week last Friday, and yesterday we find him knife through the back and his money gone. Of course, I was down there before you could say Crystal Palace. But once again, I didn't find out nothing. No knife, no fingerprints on the till, no footprints. Just a very dead Hindu.
Was young Mr. Longworth a landlord in England when these murders occurred?
Yeah, that's the funny thing about it, Mr. Holmes. He docked at Tilbury yesterday morning. He didn't know nothing about what had been going on.
Well, I imagine he'd have difficulty in renting the shop after 3 murders.
Well, that's just it, Doctor. That's why he comes to me at the yard. George Grillet, his first tenant of the shop, moved back there today with his daughter Lily. And young Mr. Longworth's worried about them. Well, if you ask me, he's more worried about the daughter than he is about old man Grillet.
So the original tenants of the shop are back in residence again, eh? And, what do you want me to do?
Well, I thought perhaps you'd be interested enough to come along with me and look at the shop, Mr. Holmes.
I should be very glad to, my dear fellow. Get your coat and hat, Watson.
Oh, that's your... Oh, dear, that wretched instrument.
I'll answer it. Hello? Mycroft, how are you? What? Yes. Yes, he's here now. Why, of course. I'll do everything I can, certainly. Let's have dinner together soon, shall we? Splendid idea. All right, goodbye.
Well, is that your brother, Holmes?
Yes. Lestrade, I do think you might have told me the whole truth.
Well, how do you mean, sir?
I thought your visit was prompted by a Need for friendly assistance. I didn't realize that you came here virtually on a government order.
Well, it wasn't just quite like that, Mr.
What's
Holmes.
the government got to do with the case, and how does your brother Mycroft fit into the picture?
Not sure yet. But of one thing we may be certain. There's obviously a great deal more in this case than Lestrade would have us believe.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
You must bear in mind, old fellow, that occasionally Mycroft is the British government.
Nice part of London to take a walk in on a foggy night, ain't it, gentlemen? All our policemen work down here in pairs, you know.
Yes, I don't blame them. It's a vile neighborhood.
There's the shop just ahead of us, with a sign hanging out. Hello, there he is again.
Oh.
See that bearded Hindu skulking off around the corner there?
Oh, yes.
He's been haunting the place ever since I came down here.
So a bearded Hindu haunts the place, eh?
Yes, and yesterday, Holmes, the Hindu proprietor of the shop was murdered.
Exactly.
Well, here we are. I'll go in first.
Depressing-looking place, huh?
I'll be out, Juicy.
That's Lily, George Granit's daughter. Helps him with the shop.
Sorry to keep you wet. Oh, it's you, Inspector Lestrade.
Yes, Miss Lily. I brought some gentlemen to see your father. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Miss Grillet.
How do you do, young lady?
Is your dad home?
No, Inspector, he won't be in till after dinner. Went down at the docks, he did, to see about some cigar shipments. Mr. Longlegs here. If you want to see him, we were just having some tea in the back room.
Yes, I'd like these gentlemen to meet him.
Jack, come out in the shop, Jack.
What is it, Lily? Oh, Inspector Lestrade. And this must be Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I'm sure.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Longworth? I'm very glad the inspector was able to persuade you to come down here, Mr. Holmes. I'm dreadfully worried about this business, particularly since Lily's father insisted on coming back here. I'm afraid they're in great danger, but I can't make Mr. Grillet see it.
Young lady, I wonder if I might ask you a few questions.
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
Before your father had his stroke, did he receive any threats concerning his occupancy of the shop?
Well, if he did, he never told me about him. But it wouldn't surprise me. I often told him his biggest enemy is himself, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do, Miss Grillet. When your father had his illness, who decided to give up the lease on the shop?
I did. No money was coming in, and, well, it looked like Dad might be an invalid for life. Of course, I couldn't run the shop by myself. Anyhow, I never did like this part of London. It wasn't the right business for Father.
What was his reaction when you told him you'd given up the lease?
Oh, he was awful angry with me. Said I'd no right to do it without asking him.
By the way, we saw that bearded Hindu again as we walked up just now.
Been hanging around ever since we came back here, Inspector.
Well, has he actually come into the shop, Miss Grillet?
No, but he keeps walking by and looking in the window. I'm sure if we both went into the back room or left the shop for a little while, well, he'd come right in.
Then I suggest we give him the opportunity he's seeking. Miss Grillet, I wonder if you and Mr. Longworth would mind leaving the shop for a while.
Of course not, Mr. Holmes.
Make your departure rather ostentatious, shall we say, so that he can't help noticing it. Give us half an hour or so and then come back. Perhaps you wouldn't mind going with them, Lestrade.
Mr. Holmes, this is my case.
I know, but in a situation like this, Watson and I work much better alone. We may have to go a little outside the law, and your presence might embarrass us.
You'd never think I was a detective, too, would you?
Very well,
We'll be back in
Mr.
half an hour.
Poor old Lestrade. He gets a bit touchy as the years roll by.
I blame him. I'm leaving him completely in the dark. Come on, Watson, behind the counter. No, my dear fellow, not under it, old chap. We lift the flap. So. Now, it's just we crouch down behind here. Come on, that's it. Have you got your revolver, Watson?
Yes, it's in my pocket.
Good. Meantime, make yourself as comfortable as these cramped quarters will permit. We may have quite a wait ahead of us.
Look, Holmes. There's the Hindu now, peering through the window.
Over handy.
Yes, sir. Here he comes.
All right, Watson.
Put your hands up. I got you covered with this revolver. Now, my man, what are you doing here?
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Just answer my question.
I do not speak very good English.
तुम हिंदुस्तानी बात बोल नहीं सकता?
सकता है.
तो तुम इधर आया?
देखने को आस्ती तुम्हारा भाई हमको हुक्म दिया.
तुम्हारा भाई? तुम जा नहीं सकता?
बहुत अच्छा. Salam.
No, you don't, my man. Just you stay where you are.
It's all right, Watson. Let him go. He's on our side.
Wish you'd tell me what in thunder's going on. Who that man was and why you let him go.
He's an investigator from the Foreign Office, old chap. Given his instructions by my brother, Mycroft.
Mycroft?
Yes, old fellow. And when my brother fails to tell me all the facts concerning this case, I begin to think these triple murders have far greater ramifications than we ever dreamed of.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a second. Just about time enough for me to mention that any meal becomes a better meal when you serve it with Petri wine. And say, you'll find that Petri California Burgundy and Petri California Sothern are just made to go with food. That Petri Burgundy is a rich red wine that's bosom pals with any meat or meat dish. Boy, what a flavor. And that Petri Sauterne is the delicate white wine that's just perfect with chicken or with fish. Yes, sir, with food, you just can't beat a good Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. A puzzling case is occupying the attentions of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. 3 murders have taken place in a small tobacconist shop in the East End of London. As we rejoin our story, it's late at night, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, accompanied by Inspector Lestrade, are once again walking toward the ill-fated shop.
Well, I don't see that you've accomplished much, Mr. Holmes, except that you just bought me a nice dinner.
Oh, we're making progress, Lestrade. It's only by the elimination of obvious suspects. But there's a pattern to this case, and that should give us a clue.
Well, how do you mean, Holmes?
My dear fellow, consider the obvious motive of these murders, and particularly observe the results they've obtained.
Well, the motive was the same in all 3 killings. Robbery.
Oh, no, Lestrade. Don't let the theft of a few pounds from the till blind you to the real motive.
Look. Here's Miss Bridget now. She's coming out of the shop.
Good evening, Miss Bridget.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Is your father home yet?
Yes, he is, Mr. Holmes. And I can't tell you how anxious I am for you to talk to him. I'm going to meet Mr. Longworth. He's taken me to the music hall. I should be home just after 10. I hope you'll be able to stay with Dad until then.
Well, don't you worry, Miss Gridget. We'll keep an eye on him.
Oh, thanks ever so much. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Miss Gridget?
Please don't go into our rooms in a bit, will you? I've left things in a frightful mess.
I quite understand, Miss Gridget.
Well, ta-ta. See you later.
Let's go into the shop.
Who is it? Oh, it's you, Inspector.
Here, these gentlemen, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Did you meet young Lily just now?
Yes, she told us she was going out to the music hall with Mr. Longworth.
Yes. I'm afraid we had quite a set to about that. A very strong-willed girl, Lily, very strong-willed.
Am I to assume that you disapprove of your daughter's association with Mr. Longworth?
Yes, of course I do. He's a top. He's got lots of money. Lily's so blind she can't see that he's up to no good. I'm pretty sure he's afraid I might find out what's really at the back of these here murders.
And what is your theory, sir?
Well, I'll tell you this in confidence. Got nothing to back it up now, you understand. There's been talk of widening the docks around here. That'd make property values go up, you see, of course. Well, young Longworth's been trying to buy up all the other shops along the waterfront here, but they wouldn't sell. If you ask me, he's had these murders done just to frighten people away so that he could buy cheap. Now, I'm not saying that he did the murders himself, you understand, but he planned them. Why, in these parts, it's easy enough any night to get a throat cut for a couple of quid.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad you're here, gents. You see, I just got another warning.
Warning? What do you mean it's a warning?
Found this note slipped under that door there not 3/4 of an hour ago.
Let me see it, please.
What does it say, Holmes?
I shall call on you at 8:30 tonight. You know what's good for you. You'll be waiting for me alone. If you try any funny tricks, you'll go where I sent the rest of them.
Well, that's obviously from the killer.
Possibly. What's the time now?
Look, It's 8:20.
I was hoping you gentlemen would wait in our rooms back of the shop. You can hear what's going on in here, and if he ties in any rough stuff, you can pop in and nab him.
Just what I was about to suggest myself, Mr. Grillet. Either way, will you?
Oh, yes. Just step behind the counter, gents. Through here. Here we are. Ain't exactly Buckingham Palace back here, but you can make yourselves comfortable, can't you, gents?
Oh, don't you worry about us, Grillet.
Oh, I better turn out the gas. If this bloke spots a light under the door in here, he might smell a rat. Now, there we are. Now, as soon as I see him coming in the shop, I'll knock twice on the door, like this. And that'll give you the signal that he's here. Is that right?
Right, you Grillet.
All right, now keep your ears open, gents. I may need your help.
Where are you, Holmes? I can't see a thing.
Over here, Watson.
You know, I've got another theory why Jack Longworth might be at the back of all this. You listening, Holmes?
Yes, I'm listening, old fellow. What is your theory?
Longworth knows that Grillet doesn't approve of his having anything to do with Lily. So when he goes abroad, he leaves instructions to murder the tobacconist. The assassins don't know about Grillet having a stroke, of course, so they keep murdering the wrong fellow.
Well, that makes very good sense, Doctor. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
Holmes. Holmes. Where are you? That's my son. He's disappeared.
No, I haven't. I was just exploring. Shh. The signal.
There goes the front door. Somebody's come in. We'd better go in.
Right, Watson, listen.
Take your hands off me, don't you do that? Here, stop me now. Help me, help me.
We've got to get in there at once.
Open the door. Well, it's locked. Never mind that. Get your shoulders into it. Come on, help me. On here. Go. Come on, one more.
Poor devil. He's been slashed with a knife. Grillet. Grillet!
Well, the killer got away. I'm going after him. Lestrade, conserve your energy. Your murderer lies there. But that's Grillet. Of course it is. Search his pockets, Watson. I think you'll find a blood-stained knife.
Let's have a look. Good Lord. Here's a razor in his pocket. It's covered with blood. You mean to say that he slashed himself?
Let's slip the handcuffs on him, Lestrade. While he's still play-acting, he may be more difficult to handle when he realizes the game's up.
Take your hands off of me.
Come on, quick. Come on, yes. Come on. Very neat, Lestrade.
Yeah. Well, now that I've knocked a wounded man out cold, perhaps you'll tell me what's going on, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I'm completely in the dark, too.
Oh, it's very simple, really. Grillet has just staged a fake attack on himself. Fool us into believing that someone else is the murderer.
Yeah, but the threatening note he received...
Composed by himself for the occasion.
Yes, but we heard voices. We heard the shop door open.
We heard Grillet talking to himself. And as for the shop door, that's how he gave himself away.
Well, how do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Whenever the shop door opens, there's a bell that jangles. You will notice... So.
Yeah, that's right, there is.
There was no bell jangle when we were in the back room. Grillet got us in there, locked the door on us unobtrusively, and staged his little drama.
Yes, but we heard the door creak open and close, Mr. Holmes.
The creak of this flap in the counter would sound exactly the same, my dear fellow. Now listen.
Yes, but why, Holmes? How did you spot that Grillet was a man?
It was obvious from the beginning that since nothing had changed about the shop except the ownership, that the attackers were directed against any tobacconist who was not Grillet himself. Of course, his daughter, Lily, obviously knew what was going on.
Well, I don't see how you figured that one out, Mr. Holmes.
Every remark that she made showed that although she loved her father, she knew his failings. In any case, she gave me the final clue.
Well, what clue was that?
In very pointedly asking me not to go into the back room of the shop. Of course, she meant the reverse of what she said. I followed her advice when you were explaining your theory to Lestrade.
Well, what did you find, Mr. Holmes?
Miss Grillet had obligingly left a secret door open, a door leading to a passageway that seemed to go down to the waterfront. We'll examine it more thoroughly in a minute.
Yes, but I still don't understand Grillet's motive, Holmes.
Neither do I, old chap. No, I suspect that from the interest of the Foreign Office in the case, this shop has been the headquarters of an espionage ring. I'm afraid the final answer to that question will have to be given by someone else.
Oh, who, Holmes?
By my elder brother, Mycroft. Humiliating, isn't it, Watson?
What was the final answer to the question, Dr. Watson?
Well, Holmes was right as usual, Mr. Foreman. The shop had been the headquarters of a spy ring operated by Grillet. Now, many international criminals had been smuggled into England or foreign ships moored up the river.
And did Mr. Grillet hang for his crime?
No, he didn't, my boy. Before he came to trial, he had another stroke and he died.
Probably just as well for his daughter's sake.
Oh, his daughter. Lovely girl.
Did she marry Longworth?
Indeed she did. As a matter of fact, I danced at her wedding. It was a very wonderful wedding reception. See, you would have been there yourself, Mr. Foreman. In fact, you'd have liked it very much. They served a pretty good wine.
Was it a Petri wine by any chance?
Oh, well, it was so good it easily might have been.
You mean because Petri wine is the kind of a wine you can't forget?
That's exactly what I do.
Well, that's because the Petri family really knows all there is to know about the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. You see, the Petri family's been making wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And they've been able to hand on down in the family, from father to son, every bit of their skill and experience. That's why Petri wine is so good today, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And say, don't forget to take a moment yourself and send for your free recipe calendar. Remember, send to Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. This offer is intended to apply only in those states and other localities where its acceptance is permissible by law and regulation. And now, Doctor, do you feel like giving us a hint about next week's story?
Yes, I do. Next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a strange adventure that happened to Holmes and me in the West End of London. It concerns the death of a famous actor who was portraying the part of an equally famous man, Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, Doctor. See you next week. And say, from the news we've had so far today, maybe by next week at this time we'll hear some really good news from Europe.
I certainly hope so, Mr. Foreman. But let us remember the war won't be over when Germany quits. We've still got to lick Japan, and that's going to take a long time. So instead of celebrating when VE Day comes along, let's just strengthen our resolve to support the war more than ever here at home. Keep that war job. Don't leave it till you're released. Keep on buying more and more war bonds and keep them. Don't turn them in. Help all you can with all home front activities and observe all our wartime regulations such as price ceilings. That's the real way to celebrate a victory in Europe, by working harder to end the war in the Pacific.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Six Napoleons. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Meanwhile, don't forget to take advantage of our offer of a free recipe calendar.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, handy hints on homicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Just pick a victim.
All right.
Got it?
Yes?
6 of spades.
Oh.
Hello, Helen.
Hi. Am I going to see you tonight, Rick?
Depends on how many lights you leave on in the study.
But are you coming over?
Wouldn't miss it. I've been puckered up since 8 o'clock this morning.
Francis has the night off. I'll have dinner for you in by the fire.
Well, take it easy. The last time you built a fire, it got so hot I had to keep basting myself for a week.
Oh, Rick.
Sure. The next day I walked by Linda's and some guy grabbed me and shoved an apple in my mouth. Said he'd get fired if I didn't climb back in the window and lie down.
Oh, I'll see you tonight.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, let's see. Where did I put the soap?
Mr. Diamond?
Oh, it depends on what you want him for. If it's the rent, he's being buried over in Jersey this afternoon.
My name is Dr. Edward Gerson from Bellevue Hospital. I have nothing to do with the rent.
Well, if you're with the Sanity Commission, Diamond's still in Jersey.
It is apparent that you are behind in your rent and you wish to remain buried in Jersey for the moment.
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds. Are you a potential client?
I'm a psychiatrist, Mr.
Well, pick a good one. How about Apple Knocker?
All right. I'm in a rather peculiar position, Mr. Apple Knocker.
Oh, I don't know. I always sit like that.
For the past 4 days, I've been treating a young man for an unusual type of shock.
What did he do? Run his electric train in the bathtub?
You're quite an interesting case yourself. Are you always so unconcerned when someone comes to you with a problem?
Look, Doctor, everybody's got a problem. That's why I'm in business. If you've got a big one, you'll get by my little remarks, and I'll be glad to see what I can do for you.
Quite a philosophy. All right, then. Let's both get down to business, Mr. Apple Knocker.
Now, what's your trouble?
This boy I mentioned, he disappeared 5 days ago.
You said you'd been treating him for 4 days. He couldn't have been gone very long.
A day and a night. He was found the next morning wandering through the Bowery, unable to speak, unable to understand anything.
I see.
Someone took him to Bellevue. Luckily, the family's private physician is also on the staff at Bellevue. He saw the boy, called the family immediately.
And you've been treating him ever since?
Yes. Last night, the boy began to talk, make reasonable sense. Now, this would continue for perhaps a few hours, then he would lapse into a complete state of confusion. Each time he was given a sedative, and each time, as the sedative wore off, he talked for a while, knew who he was, started to tell about the missing night, and then lapsed once more into this state of, well, confusion.
And you think something happened during this missing night, and he doesn't want to remember it?
Correct. Did you ever study psychology?
Every day, Doctor. I get enough screwy cases in here to make your clientele look like a bunch of Einsteins. And now stop unlocking my mind. There's a draft.
Well, as you said, this boy won't let himself remember something that happened on that missing night. He'll talk about everything up to that point, but the minute he reaches it...
he jumps the tracks.
Well, yes.
What do you want me to do?
You know what I want you to do, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Now, here's one that will throw you. You know what I want you to do?
The boy's family is quite willing to meet any expense that you feel is necessary.
Oh, remind me not to take you on a double date.
If I don't discover what happened to this boy on the night in question, I'm afraid he might lose his mind permanently. These periods of confusion are becoming more frequent, and sooner or later, he won't be able to distinguish between the real and the unreal. I'm going to put him under narcosynthesis this evening, and I'd like you to be present.
All right, Doctor. What's the boy's name?
William Carter. Be at Bellevue at 8 o'clock and ask for me. The boy's family will be there also, and you can tell them about your fee.
Now, just give me a quick answer and leave my motives alone. Is his family wealthy?
Quite.
Then I'll see you at 8 o'clock, Dr. Gerson.
You would have anyway. Goodbye, Mr. Apple Knocker.
You know, you can feel pretty silly when a guy like that walks in and answers all your questions before you got time to think them up. Anyway, I remembered my dinner date with Helen and put in a fast call to the little redhead. She was unhappy, naturally, but she said something about me holding the pucker and to drop around whenever I had the time. At 8 o'clock, I was standing in the long hall of the Bellevue Hospital.
Dr. Murray, report to the second floor desk, please. Dr. Murray to the second floor desk.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gerson.
What's the matter? You look a little nervous.
The hospital's bothering me.
That's very interesting. The family is at the end of the hall. Let's go down.
Tell me, Doctor, just what exactly happens when you put William Carter under this narcosynthesis?
It's an intravenous injection. It unlocks those little doors in the back of his mind. Gets him to talk. You'll see. It's really very amazing. Right here.
Good evening, Doctor.
Mrs. Carter.
How's the boy?
Not much change. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. and Mrs. Carter.
How do you do? Mrs. Carter, Dr. Gerson wants me to find out what happened to your son the night he was missing. Have you any idea?
He said he had a date. When I asked him who it was, he wouldn't tell me. That's all we know.
I think William will be able to recreate what happened for you, Mr. Diamond. Now, I'll leave you to discuss business. And when you are through, stop at the desk. We'll show you where I am.
Yes, Mr. Diamond. What is your fee? Oh, thank you. Believe me. $100 a day in expenses. And your retainer? 1 day's work.
Mr. Diamond, can you help our boy?
Mrs. Carter, I don't really know.
I'll write you a check.
Oh, thanks. Mrs. Carter, whatever it is that's strong enough to make your son lose his memory, it might be...
You think maybe it's something bad?
I know it's something bad. How bad, I've got to find out. I hope it's not more serious than I think.
Oh, yes, I know.
Here you are, Mr. Diamond. Oh, thanks. I'll keep in touch. I left the Carters with that lousy feeling in my stomach. I looked at the check. $200. For what? Maybe a down payment on a man's sanity. Maybe not. William Carter could have done a lot of things that missing night. Maybe that $200 was going to be a mortgage on murder. I went down to the desk, and an intern showed me downstairs to a small room with one desk lamp in the corner.
I'm glad you didn't take too long. The patient will be down in a minute.
Oh, isn't this a little irregular, Doctor? I mean, me listening in on a man's secrets?
If he's done something against the law, I want you to find out whether it really happened.
Well, if he tells you about it, it must have happened.
He might have thought it happened. I can't take the chance. If he's committed some sort of a crime, I don't think I'll be able to do much for him. Now, I want you to sit behind that screen there and be perfectly quiet.
Sure.
Comfortable?
Oh, yes. The needle can't reach this far.
This should be quite interesting for you, Diamond, particularly in your kind of work.
You can find out about anything you want with this stuff, can't you, Doctor?
If it's a recent shock, why?
Oh, I was just thinking about a little blonde I know.
Now, here he is. Roll him right over here. Now lift him over on the bed. It's all right, William. Everything's going fine. All right, thank you, nurse. How do you feel, William? Can you understand me?
Say it again. Say it again.
Can you understand me, William?
Yes, but keep talking. Say anything. Just make my mind stop jumping around.
Sure. It's nice in this hospital, isn't it?
Huh?
It's nice in this hospital.
Yeah. Oh, what's the matter with me?
Just be quiet. Think about lying in a boat under the warm sun.
Lying in a boat. Lying in a boat. Lying in a boat.
Uh-huh. Just lying in the sun, rocking back and forth.
What are you going to do?
This won't hurt. You're going to have a nice, long sleep.
Oh, yeah, please. I want to sleep.
There. Now start counting.
Do what? Do what? Tell me again.
Start counting. 1. 2. You're doing fine. Keep counting.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I sat behind the screen and listened to the doctor begin. At the start, Carter seemed almost glad to talk about it. He described the beginning of the evening. He had a date. A girl named Helena on 53 East 51st Street.
Did you have a good time with Helena?
Wonderful time. We went dancing.
Where did you
He
go
kept
dancing?
talking all about the evening. They danced and drank.
We went to a little...
The doctor kept digging, working at
Village.
it, looking for every little detail.
After you got through dancing?
We went to her apartment. We had some more drinks. Pretty strong ones.
Who made them?
What?
Who made the drinks?
Helena did. Then he came in.
Who came in?
He did. The man.
The man? The man just came into Helena's apartment.
Who are you? Helena, who is this guy?
What are you doing here, William?
What are you doing? What do you want? Get out. Get out. I don't care who you are.
I'm not going to get out, William.
I don't believe it. You're not her husband. Stop it. Take your hands off her.
He's hurting Helena.
Yeah. I'll fix you.
Helena needs help.
There.
You hit him.
Yeah. Gotta get out of here.
Why do you?
I gotta get out. He's dead. I killed him.
Well, Diamond, did you hear enough?
Yeah.
It's up to you. Find out if he really did it.
Okay.
Thank you.
For what? Well, according to William Carter, he'd gone to a girl's apartment. The husband had come in and he'd killed him. Cases like that don't make me a happy gumshoe, but I had a $200 retainer in my pocket, so I had to keep going. My first stop was the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis tying a square knot in his shoelace.
I'll be right with you, Gumshoe.
Hey, Otis, what happens when you break one of those shoelaces?
Oh, what do you think happens? I get a new one.
For those shoes? What do you use, a mooring line off the Queen Mary?
Why don't you lay off? I thought we was pals.
Is the lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Otis, if your shoes wear out, why don't you do like the Dutch do?
Oh, what's that?
Wear wooden ones. Just go out and rent yourself a couple of rowboats.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond, and thank you for stopping by so late.
Well, now, what do you mean?
You've got some horrible scheme up your sleeve, but I don't have to play straight man. I'm off duty in exactly 3 minutes.
It'll take 2.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I want a list of DOAs for the night of November 12th.
What's the matter? Can't you find a little old corpse all by your lonesome?
Oh, shut up.
Does the police department have to furnish you with one?
Well, if you just cooperate, Sassy, you'll be out of here in 2 minutes. Here. Now, thanks. Wow. 3 of them, huh?
If that's what it says. Why? Is there one we haven't found?
2 women and a man.
Yeah. The man's my department. Homicide.
Herbert Fisher, found in his wife's apartment on 51st Street, married to Helena Fisher. What about Helena, Walt?
We're still looking for her. Neighbors say she and her husband hadn't been living together for several months. The old boy must have come home, found her with another guy, and got heated up. Either the wife or the other guy killed him.
Huh? How do you know there was another guy?
Well, the neighbors say a young guy started seeing her about a week before. Came up with her that night. We haven't a line on him yet, but we're checking.
What killed him?
Poker from the fireplace, beaten over the head.
Oh. No prints?
Nope, clean as a whistle. Say, what's with you? What are you so interested in this killing for?
Oh, I just like to hear about crimes.
Oh, now stop that. If you know something...
I do know something, Walt.
Yeah, what?
One word.
Will it help me solve this case?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
Bye. I left the precinct and headed back to Bellevue and Dr. Gerson. I had a hunch that was growing roots, and if William Carter's sanity was going to be saved, it would have to be done in a hurry. Up till now, only 4 people knew who was in that apartment when Fisher was killed. Myself, a missing girl named Helena, the potential killer, William Carter, and the good doctor.
The girl hasn't gone to the police? Why, if William Carter did it?
Well, that's what I've been asking myself all the way down here, Doctor.
Unless she wants to protect him.
That's the only one I could come up with. I want to ask you 2 questions, Doctor. First, do you think William Carter would pick up a poker and beat a man on the head?
That's hard to say. He might.
Would he then wipe his fingerprints off?
According to what he told me, he killed the man and rushed immediately from the apartment. I'd say no to the fingerprints.
That's what I'd say.
He suffered the shock immediately after he killed the man. He knew he had to get out, but after that he can't remember a thing.
May I use your phone?
Certainly.
Doctor, how could Carter be sure that he'd killed the man?
I don't know. If you remember, he didn't say. He just said he'd killed him.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
I thought you were going home.
I gotta sit up with a headache.
Oh, no, I want some information. Where did the murdered man live if he wasn't staying with his wife?
Oh, now, wait a minute. We know who did it.
You do?
Sure, some guy named Carter, William Carter. I sent some of the boys over to his house 10 minutes ago.
Now, how do you know he did it?
Because Helena Fisher walked into the station and told us so.
You got the girl?
Yeah, we're holding her till we pick up the Carter guy. Seems Carter was in her apartment with her.
I know the story.
You do? You do?
I'll be right down. Well, they've got Helena, Doctor. She says William Carter killed her husband.
Yes, I heard. Well, I'm afraid I can't do much for him now.
I think you can. There's one thing that smells too rotten to make sense. Why did William Carter take enough time to wipe off those fingerprints?
Because he didn't want to be discovered.
Well, if he didn't want anyone to know he did it, why didn't he kill the girl?
Oh, good Lord, I never thought of that.
I got an idea. And it may mean you bending the law, little doctor, but it might save William Carter.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Diamond?
Is there any way you can find out from Carter exactly what he did after he struck the man?
Of course. When he comes out of his sleep, he'll be able to talk about it.
Can he be moved?
Well, yes, if it's necessary.
Then get him out of here. Take him somewhere. Even if his family covers for him, it's just a matter of time until Lieutenant Levinson finds out he was picked up and put in here.
Oh, this is extremely dangerous.
Look, if he believes he killed this guy, the girl's story will hold water. The only way that I can see to make him snap out of it is to prove to him that he really didn't kill anybody.
That's right. Don't you think he did kill that man?
Maybe, but I doubt it. Can he walk?
Yes.
Good. Take him down to my office. Here's the key. Stay there until you hear from me.
You know, I like you, Diamond, and I respect you, but this is...
You want to save the boy's life?
Of course.
Then get him down to my office. I left the hospital and grabbed a cab back to the 5th Precinct. Sometimes when things don't add up like ABC, you've got to go out into left field for the answer. Everything pointed to William Carter, and he believed it himself. But I kept thinking about those fingerprints. I told Walt my idea.
Are you crazy? So the guy did wipe off the prints but didn't kill the girl. Whatever. People do crazy things the first time they knock somebody off. Besides, you can't go around posing as a police sergeant.
Oh, now stop that, Walt. Admit it. There's a hole someplace.
But you told me yourself the Carter guy admits killing the girl's husband.
In his condition, he'd admit anything.
He says he did it. The girl says he did it. What more do you want?
I don't want any doubts at all. Will you just try the idea?
If you'll tell me where you've got William Carter.
Promise not to have the boys there? Just you?
Yes, I get me.
He's in my office.
Wouldn't you know it?
Okay, Walt. Get the girl in here and tell her just what I told you.
I don't need any rehearsals. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Send Mrs. Fisher in here.
Right.
I hope you know what you're doing. You're putting me in an awful spot.
Well, if it works, Walt, the state won't burn an innocent man.
Yes, but this...
Mrs. Fisher, Lieutenant.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Fisher.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Sit down. This is Sergeant Diamond.
Oh. Well, how do you do, Sergeant Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Fisher?
We've checked your story, and everything seems to be all right. You can go home, but please don't leave town.
I'm terribly sorry about this. I know I should have told you sooner, but William was... Well, I didn't know what to do.
You did the right thing.
Have you found William yet?
No, but we will.
Well, didn't you check his house? Isn't he with his family?
No, he didn't come home at all. Oh, and that reminds me. You know, you're the only witness who can prove he did kill your husband.
Why, yes, I guess I am.
Well, I'd be extremely careful. He just might,
Lieutenant, you don't think he might try and kill me, too?
Well, you never know. After a man kills once and he's got time to think about it, he's liable to do anything.
Well, then, I demand police protection.
And you'll get it. Sergeant Diamond here has been assigned to the case.
Oh, how nice.
I'll do as much as I possibly can.
Well, when do you start?
Right now. I'll meet you out in the squad room right after I have a few words with the lieutenant.
All right, Sergeant. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Very good, all right.
This is ridiculous. All right. You get over to my office and pick up William Carter and the doctor. I'll stall Mrs. Fisher. Take her to a bar or something.
All right. But if the commission hears about this, Sergeant Otis will be the new head of homicide.
This is nice, Sergeant Diamond. Do you always guard people like this?
Just the pretty ones.
Oh, thank you. If you really think William might try to harm me, you'll have to stick pretty close, won't you?
Mm-hmm. Do you mind?
Not at all. What time is it?
11:30. Getting tired?
Yes, a little. It's been a hard day.
I'll bet it has.
What if William comes to my place in the middle of the night? Where will you be?
Watching the front door, baby. He won't get in.
Watching the door from inside or outside?
Outside, baby. Sorry.
Yes, so am I. Here's my apartment, Red.
Oh, nice place.
I don't like it very much since... Look, couldn't I stay in a hotel?
Oh, no. Too many ways for a killer to get in.
But do you really think William might try and get me?
What's he hiding out for?
Well, he could be scared.
All the more reason. Men like that don't hide out for a week if they're going to give themselves up. And if William isn't going to give himself up, he'll probably try to get rid of the one person who knows he did the killing.
But William isn't like that. He wouldn't...
Wouldn't what?
I was just going to say he wouldn't kill anybody.
But he did. He knows he did.
Yes.
Well, I'm going out in front and check the building. I'll be back.
Oh, do you have to go?
That's a good idea. You just take it easy.
But William has a key.
Oh, well, then you better give me one, too. I'll be right out in front.
Oh, all right, here. Don't be too long, Rick. I can't stand this place long if I'm alone.
Sure, baby.
Here, Rick.
Yeah, I spotted you when you drove up. Hello, Doctor.
I hope your plan works, Diamond.
Yeah. Hello, William.
He can't hear you. I put him into a deep sleep. He'll only answer my voice. There's only one way that we can get him into that apartment.
Let's go. Mrs. Fisher's scared stiff.
William?
Yes?
Get out of the car.
Come on, Walter. You got to be there to hear it.
We solve this one, I'll never tell anyone how.
Let's go.
Come with me, William. Now, William, remember, you are to go up to Helena's apartment and go in.
Here's the key, Doctor.
Do you understand, William?
I am to go up to Helena's apartment and go in.
Here's the key. Use the key to let yourself in.
The key to let myself in.
When you're in, close the door and stand in front of it. And that's all. All right, Mr. Diamond.
Here we go. The four of us went in through the front door, and Dr. Gerson briefed William once more. Then we led him up the stairs and up to Helena Fisher's apartment. I could hear her humming as soon as William tried the key. We all ducked.
Who's there? Rick? Answer me, who's there? William! What do you want? William, what are you doing here? William, say something. Don't just stand there. Oh, you've got to get out. The police are looking for you. There's one downstairs right now. Well, say something. Stop staring. William, get away from that door. Please, William, please, please. I know what you want, William. I won't tell anyone. William, say something. Don't look at me like that. You're going to kill me, aren't you? Look, William, you didn't do it. I killed him. I just told you he was dead after you hit him. When you left, I killed him with a poker. William, please!
All right, Helena.
Craig. Oh, he was going to kill me.
Oh, sure. Like he killed your husband. How's William, Doctor?
I'll wake him up when he gets back to the hospital. He'll be all right when he reads Mrs. Fisher's confession.
What's going on here?
You better go along with the lieutenant, baby.
Why?
He heard your whole confession from outside the door.
What? Why, I just said he was going to kill me.
Also, we found some of your fingerprints on the poker.
You're crazy. I wiped them all.
She's all yours, Walt.
Let's go, Mrs. Fisher.
You tricked me. You tricked me into saying that.
Come on, lady. I don't want to get rough.
I'll kill you, too.
I think you can take her along now, Lieutenant.
Holy cow.
Why, Doctor.
Well, I've never hit a woman before, but this one made me very unhappy.
Well, you're a good doctor, but you're certainly no gentleman. You should have kicked her.
Rick, what kept you out so late? It's after midnight.
Oh, I had to stick around and watch Otis turn into a pumpkin.
Now, that's Cinderella.
Yeah. Can you imagine Sergeant Otis as Cinderella? The good prince would slip his sacrum trying to haul his slipper around.
Tell me a fairy story, Rick.
Well, once upon a time, there were two idiots.
Rick.
And they lived happily ever after.
Sing.
Don't like it?
Sing.
I liked it.
Sing.
I'll do as I please.
Rick.
I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy little heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Well, how was that, honey?
Well, Harold Appleknocker, where'd you pick up that there song?
From my hometown, Mountain View, back up in the hills of Arkansas.
Oh, that sure was mighty fine.
Well, Little Belle, I'm glad you liked it. Mind if I bust you up with another 8-bar?
Nope. Bust away.
I love the dear heart and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Well. Yeah, I think I did pretty fine that there song.
Oh, yes, sir. You done busted me up right proper.
Oh, you ought to come over to Mountain View sometime, Little Belle. Got dear hearts and gentle people all over the place.
Oh, I'd like to make the trip.
Oh, you'd love the people. You'd love to see them, love to greet them. How would you greet them, Lula Belle? How would you greet them? What would you say?
Howdy.
Oh, they'll love you, Lula Belle.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Sam Edwards, and Norman Field. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC Sunday? There's a full evening of great entertainment in store for you tomorrow on NBC. You'll hear rib-tickling comedy on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. And for mystery, there's Sam Spade's latest caper. Tomorrow, Sam meets a Mr. Tom Turkey. For the very best radio fare, always tune to NBC. Coming up, it's Brian Donlevy and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
It's me, F. Is Carlos Salceda, the Mexican consul, called?
No, Sam.
Well, he will. Tell him it's not what we thought it was. To hold everything, I'll get to him as soon as I can.
Yes, Sam, you sound so tired. Are you all right?
I am, and I'm not. There were too many windmills to chase, too much language I didn't understand, and much too much venganza, which is Spanish for vendetta, which is English for vengeance. In any language, it's dynamite with a short fuse.
Then you knew what it was all about all along, Sam. It was revenge.
It was, and it wasn't.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand. What about the girl? Is she all right?
She is, and she isn't.
I am confused.
Exactly par for the course. But don't worry, Ed. It'll straighten out like starch spaghetti when I come down to say it with flowers, dictating, as I will, my report of fury and ferment on the Red Amapola Caper. Amapola, my pretty little poppy.
Oh, Sam.
That's as off key as I'll be today.
Mr. Salcido called. I told him what you told me to tell him.
For more I couldn't ask, Ed.
He understood what you meant perfectly. I don't understand a thing.
You will. You know, I may have to trade this stuff in for tequila. No messing around there, straight to the point. A virtue some people might do well to cultivate.
Just tell me one thing, Sam. Was it a sour cake?
Let's not tarry after the point, remember? Pad ready? Pencil poised, knees crossed.
Yes, Sam.
Skirt a little bit higher.
But all I want to know is...
All right. Date, fill it in. To Detective Lieutenant Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, the Red Amapola Caper. The following is, as you requested, a detailed account of the 31 hours, 16 minutes I spent on the case of Armando Rios and daughter. I trust it will answer all your questions, solve your commissioner problems, and enable you to speedily dispatch your duty as one of the city's finest. May heaven help our city. So come back with me to 3 p.m. yesterday, the approximate time I stepped into my office and saw, standing nervously by the window, a Mexican girl in her early 20s. Her clothes, though neat and clean, were rummage sale specials which had seen better days. Her bare legs were too thin, her features too drawn. But the midnight color of her hair and the largeness of her eyes told me she could have been beautiful if things had gone another way.
I'm glad you have come. I couldn't have waited much longer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here.
My name is Andrea Rios. I would like to hire you.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not have much money.
Well, much money may not be needed, Miss Rios. What is it you want?
Your time, Mr. Spade. You see, if you accept this job, I must have all of your time from now until tomorrow morning. If you cannot accept, you must tell me now so I can get someone else.
I see.
I can only pay $30. I know it is much to ask for $30, but...
Ask for more for less.
The job may be difficult for you. You will not be able to sleep.
Well, I can make that up on somebody else's time.
Then you will help.
Yes, I think so. I would like to hear more about it.
We will go to my father. You will learn more there.
She led me to the nearest streetcar, headed for south of the slot, and paid the fare. 20 minutes later, we were walking through the San Francisco that's left over, where the liquor is cheap and one cigarette is property. The sounds of a jazzed-up Spanish song caught my ear, and the beer signs turned to cerveza. The building Andrea Rios picked to go into was old enough to give the termites indigestion. A faded sign said, La Casa Azul. He knocked on the door of room 12.
Yes. Andrea, Papa.
The weather-beaten face that stood in the doorway figured to be 60, but the age should have come from concern. He wore a black sweatshirt, pants to match, and a dirty white sailor's cap. Inside on the table sat a bottle of high-octane joy juice, that witch hazel with a misnomer, tequila. The lemon and salt stood alongside. On the bed lay a duffel bag with the block letters Santa Susana.
Está este nombre, Papá.
¿Cómo se llama?
Señor Spade, el detectivo. My father speaks no English.
I see.
¿Tienes confianza en él? ¿Es honrado?
She asks if you are an honest man.
It's a question no man can answer with complete honesty.
¿Qué le has dicho, André? ¿Qué sabe?
Nada, Papá.
Siéntese, hombre. ¿Un traguito?
My father says to sit down and have a drink.
Tell Father I will, but I'd enjoy it more if I knew why I was hired.
Yes, of course. To spend the night here, Mr. Spade, with my father. To keep an eye on him all the time.
Protection?
No.
Well, there must be more to it.
We want you to be able to testify to my father's whereabouts this night, if it should become necessary.
Mm-hmm. What's going to happen this night?
Something.
And you want your father in the clear?
Yes.
Well, that sounds fair enough. That's all there is. I'll have that drink now if there'll be enough to last. The window pane came flying in, and the ugly muzzle of a .45 silencer attached stuck through. I yelled, so did Andrea. But the gun yelled louder and with more effect. The bullet struck Andrea in the side. She lurched crazily, then folded in her father's arms. She began to mumble her name and cry. I jumped to the window. Pulling away was a black Buick sedan with driver unidentifiable. So were the license plates. They were covered tightly with a cloth. It was a pro job from beginning to end, and a clean getaway. Well, Andrea was still alive, but not by much. I turned up a phone in the lobby. One nickel got me to the emergency hospital. The other brought me homicide. When I got back to the room, Andrea was still lying there, but she was alone. Armando Rios, her father, had gone. And I thought I knew why.
Revenge, huh?
Exactly, Lieutenant. I think Rios knows who shot his daughter because I think the bullets were meant for him and she got him by mistake.
Huh?
I think, therefore, that Rios has got revenge on his mind. Now, let you have Rios picked up before he does something he can't get out of.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that.
Also make a note as follows. I, Lieutenant Kelsey, will check the Mexican consul for background on Rios because I, Lieutenant Kelsey, believe Rios is a Mexican national.
Not so fast, sir.
Furthermore, I, Lieutenant Kelsey, will make a close check of all incoming police calls for the rest of the night because something is going to happen for which Rios wanted an alibi. When I find out what same is, I will graciously inform Sam Spade.
Sam, how do you spell graciously?
I went to the offices of several Mexican-language newspapers, told them the story, and asked them to give a place of prominence to the fact that Andrea was alive, asking Armando Rios to go directly to the nearest police station and wait until contacted. I then went to the Maritime Service and queried about the Santa Susana. I was told it was a sport fishing vessel owned by its captain, J. Mortigan, with office in the Ocean Building on the Embarcadero. The nameplate on the Titian-haired secretary's desk said Janice Odell.
Yes? Could I help you, please?
I think so. This the office of the Santa Susana?
Oh, you're planning a fishing trip. Well, then you've come to the right place. Santa Susana has excellent accommodations, is thoroughly outfitted for an extended cruise in the Bay of California, where, as you know, exist some of the greatest fishing waters in the world.
If it's the same as you, miss, I'll do my fishing here. My name is Spade. I'm a private detective. I am trying to locate an Armando Rios.
Rios?
I said something? You know him? He's got a berth on the Santa Susana.
Well, he has... At least he had. What's he done, Mr. Spade?
Well, it's what he will do that bothers me. You say he had a berth. Would you explain, please?
Just a moment, Mr. Spade. Captain Mortigan, there's a private detective out here asking about Armando Rios.
Rios? Well, send him in, Janet. Come on, move lively.
In here, Mr. Spade.
Thank you.
My name's Mortigan, Captain Mortigan. I skip of the Santa Susana, the finest sport fishing vessel ever to touch salt water.
Everybody's got a commercial.
Miss Odell says you're asking about Rios.
I am. I'm trying to locate him.
And so am I. I've got steam up and a dozen people waiting. Rios knows those Mexican fishing waters like no one I've met. And where is he? Jumped ship, if you ask me. Scampering around San Francisco or dead drunk in some infamous den from that cactus poison he drinks.
If the storm's over, Captain, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Where does Rios room when he's in San Francisco?
Stays right on the ship.
Did you know he had a daughter?
No.
You don't have any idea, I suppose, why Rios jumped ship.
It's a woman. That's my guess. It's always a woman.
But that is just a guess. All right, Captain, I'll make a small-sized deal with you. If I find Rios, I'll notify you. If you find him first, notify me. I'll leave you my card. Mortigan agreed, and I left, pausing only long enough in the front office to give Janice Odell my phone number in case she saw Rios. She gave me her phone number, and it was a fair exchange. 20 minutes later, Lieutenant, I was meeting with Carlos Salcido of the Mexican consul's office. A wire he had sent to Mexico City had brought results.
So, Mr. Spade, you have not yet found Armando Rios, but are still desirous of preventing him from consummating his revenge. I fear perhaps you are too late.
What information have you got, Mr. Salcido?
First, Armando Rios was arrested in the Mexican state of Sinaloa for the growing of the Red Amapola. You are aware of what that is?
Amapola means poppy, from the song of the same name.
Exactly. The red poppy grown for the production of narcotics. The arrest occurred on August 19th, 1946. Rios served 3 years in the penitentiary as a result, convicted mainly on the testimony of an Ernesto Sabado, who Rios claimed, as you say, framed him. Now, look at this. An inquiry from the office of the District Attorney of Marin County, California, requesting information about a Mexican national whose dead body was discovered 2 hours ago, washed ashore at Point Bonito. A Mexican national whose name is...
Ernesto Sabado.
Precisely.
Yeah. And you think perhaps Rios killed Sabado?
A distinct possibility, Mr. Spade, since he had motive.
Well, that's exactly why I don't think he did it. Rios knew Sabado was going to be killed sometime tonight. That's the reason Andrea hired me, so her father's whereabouts could be accounted for and so he could not be accused. No, Mr. Salcido, I don't think Rios killed Sabado.
Well, I hope you are right, for his sake and for his daughter's. who we both hope will get well.
The one who killed Sabato is probably the same one who drives a black Buick sedan who took those pot shots at Rios and caught Andre instead. The same one who Rios has now got a vendetta against.
Venganza.
However you say it, it's a sucker's play, but how do you stop him if you can't find him? Thank you, Mr. Salcedo.
I must admit, Mr. Spade, I do not fully understand your concern over Rios.
As a matter of fact, I'm not sure of it myself, but he got a rotten shuffle. I got a nice pay, so I might as well work for it. Besides, well, I'll let you know what develops. The next 4 hours, dear Lieutenant, were spent in questioning the following. A, 2 members of the crew of the Santa Susana. B, assorted residents of La Casa Azul. C, Inspector Gruber of the Marin County DA's office assigned to the Zabato case. Some total of information garnered concerning the whereabouts of Armando Rios and or the identity of the gunman he was after, 0. I was tired. I was depressed. I had a headache. 5 minutes to 11, a client of mine dropped into a payphone in a booth by a gas station closed for the night. My intention was to find out if you had turned up anything and to ask how Andrea was, but you never got to hear my honeyed voice.
Hang it up, Spade.
It was a voice that wasn't familiar. The 45 with silencer affixed, however, was. It didn't take me long to start perspiring.
Leave the nickel, Spade. You won't need it.
Good evening. I've been wondering about you.
I'll bet you have.
You're sort of a novelty, you know, the only myopic gunman I've ever met.
What's that mean?
You're nearsighted. You got the wrong person back at La Casa Azul. Boss will have to send you out again for Rios.
I don't like you, Spade. I don't know you, but I don't like you anyway. Guess I'll kill you so I'll never have to take a chance of knowing you. Now, come on, step out, gumshoe.
He urged me out of the phone booth up the street a few paces to the head of an alley with a blind end. There he parked himself in a fire plug. I wished him all sorts of bad luck, and he told me to start walking into the alley. Mine was small choice. But as I moved away from the gunsel toward the alley's end, my eyes searched for means of escape.
All right, Spade. That's far enough. Now I'm going to pick your eyes out. Turn around.
I stood frozen for a moment, then spun and looked. The gunsel had pitched onto the sidewalk, but the 45 was still in his hand. I moved up to him slowly with a maximum of caution and took a closer look. He was as dead as he could get. A knife in his back had done the job. That's when I looked up the street and saw a figure in fast retreat. It wore a black sweatshirt, pants to match, and a dirty white sailor cap. It looked very much like the venganza of Armando Rios was accomplished. You arrived at the scene of the crime, Lieutenant, where you took over in your own masterly way. By the adroit maneuver of looking into the dead man's wallet, you uncovered the fact that he was a Los Angeles import named Max Rapper. You then examined the knife in his back and discovered, as I had previously, the initials AR, for Armando Rios, cut into the handle. That, plus the fact that I and other witness had seen Armando Rios flee the scene, made it open and shut. Rios was now wanted for murder. When we got to your office, a message had been received by Sergeant Polehouse from Dr. Pennington of General Hospital. It said, 1, Andrea Rios was going to live. 2, she wanted to see Sam Spade. Was it all right? You had no objection, but I had a problem. What to say to her? Could I say it was nice she was going to get well, and, oh, by the way, your father just killed Max Rapper, and the state will do likewise to him, or what? My mind still hadn't lit on anything it liked when Pennington walked me down the hospital corridor toward her room.
Yeah, she's a lucky girl, Mr. Spade. Could have gone the other way.
Yeah, would have been unlucky.
I'll wait outside. Don't stay too long.
The jet black of her hair gave contrast to the whiteness of the room. Her face had lost much of its color, but none of the anxiety had gone out of her eyes. We talked chit-chat for a while. It was easy to see she had a question she wanted to ask, but had trouble getting it out. Finally, it came.
Mr. Spade, have you heard... I mean, is there any news of the death of a man called Ernesto Zabato?
Yes, the police found his body washed ashore some hours ago.
My father is not killing him.
No, he's clear on that. I can testify.
Oh, that is what I was worrying about. Now, Mr. Spade, I can tell you what you do not know about my father and Ernesto Zabato.
I already know. Carlos Salcedo, the Mexican consul, told me.
The Red Amapola?
Yeah.
Oh, it was an unfortunate affair for a great many people, Mr. Spade. Buyers from the United States came to Sinaloa. With money, the peasants were lured into growing the poppy. Many knew no better. Many did not know what it was for. They knew simply to grow the red flower brought more money than to grow food. When the police came, they suffered. The buyers were nowhere to be found. Anyway, it's all right now. My father did not kill Ernesto Zapato.
No, Lieutenant, she did not learn about Max Rapper's killing from me, or that her father was now a fugitive wanted for murder. I also didn't ask her some questions I could have asked, like, how did she know Zapato was going to be killed? Did Rapper do it, and why? Somehow it didn't matter. It had turned sour all the way down the line. And besides, Zapato was Inspector Gruber's problem, not mine. 20 minutes later, I walked into my apartment, uncorked a live one, and started at the top. 4 fingers down, the phone began to ring, but I didn't pay any attention. The sky was just beginning to light up with morning, and I remember saying to myself I was still technically on the Rios case, but actually there was no case to be on. When I couldn't stand the phone rings any longer, I lifted the receiver off the hook.
Sam? Sam?
Hello?
Sam, this is Janice Adele. I just saw Rios.
Well,
He's going to kill Captain Mortigan.
Mortigan? Why
We
Mortigan?
Uh,
went to the Santa Susana after him. Pier 32. Rios is wild. Stop him, Sam.
Why call me? Call a cop. Hello? Hello? "12 minutes later, I was moving through the early fog of the waterfront looking for the Santa Susana. Black letters on a bobbing white bow led me to it, but no signs of life came from aboard ship. A quick tour had me believing it was deserted and that either Rios had caught up with Mortigan someplace else, for what reason I didn't know but could guess, or that Janice had given me wrong information. Moments later, however, in the boiler room, it was clear she hadn't. The furnace was open, coals were spread on the floor, and so was a dead Captain Mortigan. Slouched in a chair with his eyes closed and a daze was a worn-out Armando Rios. He should have been. He'd had a busy night. Rios?
Se murió.
Wake up, Rios.
Se murió. El capitán se murió, señor Spade.
In any language, he's dead, if that's what you mean. You couldn't be any clearer.
Es él. Es el hombre. Es su culpa que Andrea fue enterrado. Ahora está muerto. Y no he obtenido la venganza.
Venganza. Too much venganza. You fixed it fine. Andrea's going to feel swell about it. Oh, what's the use? Come on, Rios.
Hello. Hello. Who's down there?
Kelsey?
Oh, it's you, Sam. What are you doing here? Got a call from a girl named Belle or something.
Odell.
Oh, yeah. Is this Rios? Oh, what have you got to say for yourself? You ready to sign a statement?
He doesn't understand you, Kelsey.
Oh, dummying up, huh?
He doesn't speak English.
Well, he won't get off that easily. We'll sweat it out of him.
No lo hice. No lo maté al capitán.
Yeah? That's what they all say. Wow. Look at this. He's carrying a gun.
Gun? Why would he use a knife if he had a gun?
Don't ask me. I don't speak Spanish. Say, what's all this coal doing on the floor? It's messy. Looks bad in photographs.
Yeah, well... Wait a minute. Lieutenant, you've done it again. I picked up a lump of the coal. There was a small hole bored into the center. Examination of others revealed the same thing. Curious, you'd say? Not so when you start thinking about 1, the Red Amapola, 2, the fact that Zapato's killing still remained unexplained, and 3, and bingo, narcotics smuggling. A phone book gave me an address on Jackson, and a rap on a door got me a quick reply.
Oh, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, Janice. I didn't wake you up, did I?
Well?
If so, you must sleep in your clothes, and that suitcase on the bed must make it kind of cramped.
What are you doing here, Sam?
Uh-huh. Heavy, all packed.
Just going on a little vacation for a few days.
Where to?
Well,
Got a plane ticket on the dresser? Las Vegas. Hot there this time of the year. Of course, it's hot here, too, for some of us.
What do you want?
I want you to open your suitcase.
I won't do it.
Then I will.
Sam, don't do it.
Well, what's this, Janice? No, I've already guessed. How much worth? Sabano was killed by Rapper on Captain Mortigan's orders because he knew this was coming in on the Santa Susana and probably wanted a cut to keep his mouth shut. Rapper and Mortigan got theirs, not by Rios, but by you, so you could fall heir to this. Poor old Rios, old and wanted. He might have muffed his revenge, so you took no chances. Did them in yourself with Rios, your nice, fat, convenient pigeon.
Sam.
But the police are going to find it harder and harder to get a case against Rios, and easier to get one against you. These narcotics in your possession will go a long way.
Sam, listen to me.
Just as long as I've got a gun in my hand, I'll listen to you, baby.
There's over $100,000 worth here, and I know where to unload it.
Mm-hmm. And what's in it for me?
Half. And something else.
Yeah?
Me.
Uh-huh. That would seem to be worth considering, wouldn't it?
Sam, a chance to make something out of yourself and not grub around for a few lousy bucks all your life. You're going to turn me over to the cops?
Not just any old cop, Janice. I want something befitting your character. I'm going to turn you over to Lieutenant Kelsey. And that, Lieutenant, brings you up to date. Period. End of report.
That awful girl.
We'll talk about it later, Eph.
But...
Later. Go type it up.
Well, here it is, Sam. Can we talk about it now?
We can.
How could that girl have thought for one single moment she could turn a man like you into her accomplice?
Very poor judgment.
To sell dope yet?
Yes. Do I look the type?
I should say not. You're upstanding and clean cut.
Well, thank you. Maybe she was nearsighted, too.
Anyway, I'm glad it's over and it had a happy ending.
Well, I'm glad if you're glad. Now, rush that over to Kelsey so he can look good in the eyes of the commissioner. Then phone Mr. Salcedo and tell him the lieutenant's got all the facts. And one thing more.
Yes, sir.
Have the florist send a bouquet of flowers to Andrea at the hospital.
Oh, Sam, that's very nice of you.
Think so? One thing still more. Close your eyes and have the florist send a bouquet of flowers to you, too.
Sam!
Easy, Ed. How do you know it's not coming out of your salary?
That's true, too. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.